guys, what's going on? FMI Pawn here, and welcome back to Rogue Trader, or Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Since we last left off, we started off our journey with Vorg, and we did the entire prologue. And, of course, in the description of the previous stream, I did mess up, at least in the... God, apologies. Yeah, on Kick, I mistakenly used the wrong title, but I digress. For this stream, what we're going to be doing is we are going to continue the journey with Vorg, and hopefully we won't have to run into utilizing many people because we will be going it solo henceforth. But I digress. Without further ado, let's get into things and see what happens. Okay. So, going by the circumstances of using void ships and all that, we're gonna have to see if we can... Well, I don't have to worry about that so much right now. I do need to check a few things when we get into the options, though. Oh, I accidentally loaded into something else. That is my mistake. Yeah, no, apologies about that. I loaded into my other save. Here we go. Wrong save. My mistake. So, for those of you curious, I actually have another save file that I've been playing on. I apologize for that. Wasn't expecting, me to do that. Oh well. You can say it's just a tiny glimpse into the future, but it didn't give any context as to what was going on, so that's good. Regardless, as it stands, we are pretty much good to go. And let's see, we've got some goggles that give 3 tech stuff. Nothing really sticks out at the moment for gear. Now, do I want to stick with sword and las pistol? I guess I will. We are going to need to swap it up eventually, but I digress. We can always add this to the cargo zone. I'm going to add that to cargo, and we'll do the same for shotguns, because I don't think I'm going to need it. But I will be using shotguns in the future, I think, just not right now. Regardless. There is a few things we can do immediately right off the bat. So let's start with talking with Boxmaster Vigdis. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? We are gonna... Oh, damn. We don't have enough value to actually do on our own. I'm gonna have to get this later. But, yeah. But yeah, no, we can seek out to encourage our crew if we have enough modifier, that is. We won't be able to do that right now, but that is something we can do for the future. So we will address that when we get the chance. Regardless, let's see. I guess we will start with talking with Argenta.
Rogue Trader.
You said you had a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader.
The accursed servant of chaos who assaulted the ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valencia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the Rogue Trader could meet with the orphans? I will meet them. No formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives to the Von Valencia's dynasty. My consideration is the least they deserve. I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart. All right. The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Or... words, God. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the Scolata progenium here, but we have provided the orphans on a ship with adequate care and instruction. Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you. The ones who guide it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your captain, the rogue trader, House Valencius. I, the rogue trader and Lord Captain of this ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for a just cause, and brought honor to the Von Valencius banners, and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe that you will become their worthy heirs. The teenagers hang on your every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly interested by your speech. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches." Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants to both calm him and scold him for his impudence. If you have something to say, say them without fear. I will listen. The boy smiles grimly. It doesn't matter what we say, it won't bring our parents back. It won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on the ship until we drop and die like our folks or worse. This is a very dicey topic, but yeah. When the heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship, I was there. I took command, I fought, and I repelled the assault as quickly as I could. But no war can be won without losses. You can only strive to do what is within your power. You have heard the rogue trader. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It is hard to say whether or not your words has left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. When he catches himself, he gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and servants immediately carrying packaged treats with Von Valencius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. Well. Argenta rubs her temples pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves to bay. Alright. We'll just let that load, and we should be good to go. Now, in regards to conversations, I won't be doing them immediately. I do want to press on with the core of the story before I focus on anything else. But we will be addressing them in due time. But for now, let's just address the more core parts of what conversations have.
Greetings.
I think I've covered that. So we are going to head off over to... Yeah, we need to go all the way over to here, to Idara. She's going to be our next query here. I'd like to hear your augury, Idara. What awaits me in the future?
All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Idara laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face. Her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained. Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Yeah, I'll take my leave for now.
Of course.
Okay, so what that prophecy basically entails is who we're essentially going to meet on our journey. There's a few people that we meet, but overall it doesn't... It's not going to affect us too much right now. However, I will be doing one thing. So, as you can see, we are going to be going to our quarters here. I think I'm going to keep the portrait. I don't really need to change it as right now. But there is the option to change the portrait. It is an option you have, anyways. But we do get a reward because I bought some DLC for it. And that's going to give us a few good items, essentially. This basically has a few things of interest, but nothing too crazy. Nothing worth noting anyways. We do get a nice shotgun. We get a heirloom pistol. and the Wrath of St. Drusus, which is a little bit of a better sword that we get. But I digress. We should be good to go for the most part. I think that's most everything sorted. Oh, hello. I'll add that to inventory. I don't think it's going to be handy to us. Interesting. There's some lore going on. I'm not going to be reading the notes like I did before unless it actually has some importance or I'm feeling, you know, up to the task. Because there is going to be a lot of opportunities to talk and not a lot of chances to actually think for ourselves, to say the least. Needless to say, I've got a lot on my plate, putting it lightly. Regardless, I'm going to take the Wrath of St. Drusus here. And I guess we do have the heirloom pistol here, which is going to give us a boost. Specifically, it's going to give us a +5 perception and ballistics. Which is okay if we were looking for a one-handed weapon. I'm not going to be using it, though. Instead, I am going to be definitely using this, though. Well, no, not yet, anyways. Instead, I am going to be using... Do I want to use this? Not really. This is good if I want to increase the amount of resolve I'm going to be getting over time, but for now, there is no active need to utilize such a tool. Just yet, anyways. For now, though, there is going to be a few areas that we are going to need to go to. To start out with, let's first explore the area. We are going to be starting with exploring Ricard Majoris here. Because each exploration of a planet gives us some experience. So I'm going to take the time to really explore everywhere first before I start doing this. Or doing anything, rather. Because the experience is going to help us a lot. I won't be going on to there. Okay, let's explore this. Oh. I guess this is a thing that's going to happen, so I should probably wait for this. As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the quill you have been using to draw upon. Yet another order falls from your hands. You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here, in your study. You stand up and stare at the dozens upon dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among their number, you recognize the disfigured and bloodied faces of those who've died on the ship's bridge, and those you've met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are all the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not. You are alone against a horde of heretics risen from the darkness to take your life. As if of its own accord, the shard lying on the edge of the desk, the sole remnant of Kunrad Vortvir's weapon, slips into your hand. The metal is searing cold, and the dead sway from side to side, closing in around you in a nightmarishly slow advance. Stop. I did not wish for any of you to die. The deaf remain deaf. Or the dead remain deaf to your words, creeping ever closer with the inevitability of death itself. You belatedly realize that your trembling hand has found the shard within when its razor-sharp edge cuts into your palm. An unbearingly bright light floods everything around, and you find yourself surrounded by groveling minions, their bodies shivering in your mere presence. Your hand no longer holds a pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon. A skillfully crafted sword with a strange, unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unnatural hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark that it steals your breath away. You have felt the gaze before, there on the bridge, and the voice that appears in your mind only confirms your guess. The tapestry is woven. The path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion. Never! Your body refuses to obey your mind. The handle feels as if it's become one with your hand. And the gaze of the demonic eye sets your very soul ablaze. Resisting your fate is futile. You scream as you feel your soul burn away to ash. You awaken from the vision, kneeling next to your desk. Clothes drenched in sweat, and with a sour taste in your tongue. Your head is ringing, and you struggle to recoil from those faces and the images of the sword in your hand. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloodied shard lying on the floor reminds you of what just transpired. You would rather die than touch that thing again, so you reach a shaking hand for your Vox to call for a servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive. Pick up the cursed artifact, and head for the nearest airlock to be claimed by the Void. As a result, we have actively failed the other quest, the Call of the Edge. This is one of the few quests that we have to be forcibly closed, simply due to the fact that, well, it has to be. If you're going for a heretical quest, that is the way to go. Keep the shard. But this is one of the few quests that you gotta do if you want... Well, that's one of the few quests that you can do. I suppose you could keep the shards, to be fair. But, I'm not gonna do that this playthrough. There is a time and place for those shards, and I'm not going to be keeping them for this playthrough, so if you were curious about that weapon, not going to be touching it, period. Regardless, I'll be using this chance to explore everything I can here. Okay, there we go, and actually, before I do continue, I do want to check some options real quick. Because there is things that I do recall from... Okay. I apologize, I'm just looking into the information here. Okay, so it doesn't appear like in this game there is the ability to solely give experience to one person. There was a thing in Wrath of the Righteous and Kingmaker that allowed you to do that thing. So I was just checking, but it doesn't seem that to be the case. So we're going to be leveling up slowly. Well, regardless, it's no big deal. Lord Captain, reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobitel continue to maintain Vox silence. Perhaps due to Urak 5 being off-limits to visitors. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting into station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nubitel house requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmissions. Contact the stations again. I will negotiate personally. The Vox relays a cadent sound of grinding gears and clicking tumblers. I am sorry, Lord Captain. The station does not reply even after an official greeting by the rogue trader, and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Order the auger crew to scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. The Vox remained silent for a while, but then you hear static and vigorous, measured voice. The officers from the auger crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. There's a note of wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means that the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed Navigators' heralds ignoring us? Considering the circumstances, it might be a emergency, so order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed Navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. Alright. We're going to start with the secrets of the Nova Tau. We will begin our scan here. And off we go. We are going to unselect everybody. And this is the instance where we can go it alone. So yeah. This is gonna get interesting, because this is gonna be the first time I'm actually alone, and I'm not sure how far we're gonna get with this. But we'll see, we'll see. It's gonna require a lot of, labor on our part to make this happen. All the same. Interesting. Let's see what's going on.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
You'll be consigned to oblivion for your transgressions against House Orsellio. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned.
Well, that's ominous. Well, that's one way to deal with the intruders, I suppose. Not the best, personally. But who knows? A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face. And not just of his own blood. Two jet-black unblinking eyes are watching your every move. And a third one, a mark of the Navigator's face, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lids in the middle of his forehead.
Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of deceived souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness.
Desist, brother. It was the Emperor's will that brought me to this abode. The Navigator frowns.
No one has the right to interpret his will so freely, brother. But wait, I recognize your coat of arms. You must be of a lord of the von Valentius dynasty. Yes, I'm actually absolutely positive, in fact. And since fate has brought such an important person into my abode, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of the station. So, did you not come to offer support to the traitors? This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Uruk 5 is a holy sanctum for House Orsellio, and a path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list.
If you can provide me with a Navigator, I am willing to immediately depart the station. Although, a better question, what is happening on the station? Where did all these corpses come from?
Betrayal. A most banal thing in the life of the Nobital. Don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orsellio, the second keeper of Uruk 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. I swear by the thrones of light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void.
Bellic falls silent for a few moments and then furiously slams the end of his staff on the floor.
The madmen have captured Lady Cassia, and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her, or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time.
Alright, what kind of help are you talking about?
I would never ask of you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet...
Bellic takes his hand away from his ribcage, notices blood, and winces in pain.
And yet, Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orsellio herself. This is the control rod to the elevator's machine spirit. I have one part, and the other was lost during the mutiny. But even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered.
Why should I help you?
You came to this station for a reason. House Orsellio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved. But if you aid us now, I promise we will reach an agreement that you will find satisfying, be it riches, influence, or the powers of our navigators.
Alright, how do I remake the control rod then?
I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priests ceaselessly perform their rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in a time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us.
And how do you expect me to power the elevator?
The station's main cogitator is situated in the guards room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest.
If it's so simple, why haven't you done it yourself?
Never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory in the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate, and are not afraid of displeasing Navis Nobital or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They only bow to brute strength, in which I currently happen to lack.
Understandable.
So what have you decided, descendant of the Von Valencia line? It will be an honor to save the leading Navigator from her woes. Philip nods curtly. You should hurry then. We will stay here to hold the line and lick our wounds. Good luck, rogue trader. May the Emperor's light be with you. Alright. So, starting off, there's going to be a lot of investigations that are going to go on. Thankfully, we have a good awareness starting out, but it's going to, you know, eventually change as we go. It's going to take time to get everything set up, but now we can start with our new save. And we'll save that there.
I'll learn from this mistake.
Okay, that is going to be load number 1. I kind of predicted this was going to be the case, so it's fine. But yeah, no, we have to do a quick investigation here, just make sure we got everything under control, and we'll go from there. Alright, here we go. Round 2.
I always get the job done.
The corpses were mauled by a force far beyond any mortal capacity. The faces are twisted in pain, and the hands are fused with improvised weapons. Tools, scissors, and cutlery.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Alright, so far, so... yeah. But yeah, no, as you can see, it's a little bit of a weird area going on.
Is there money to be made?
Regardless.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Okay, we've managed to make our way through here. Let's see, consumables, we've got nothing. But we're gonna have to get ready because this is going to be one hell of a fight. And I'm going to swap over to a gun here.
What's a peculiar thing?
Actually, I do want to check something. How's my current demolition? It's at 40, okay. At the ready, the conspirators... oh. I missed that.
This is intriguing.
Okay, so there appears to be something going on. I'm gonna save here. Just in case I misstep and I fail to disarm the explosives.
Just as I planned.
There we go.
I always get the job done.
I believe the Navigator's statue looks pristine and new. Interesting. Okay, so that must be the person that we are seeking to obtain. For now, I guess we will start by engaging the enemy with a barrage of attacks.
I'll make it happen.
Okay, let's reload. Because it's clear we're not getting them yet. But I will do another volley here.
You will beg for mercy,
There we go.
but I will grant none.
For the Emperor!
Okay, we are going to station up here. There we go. Alright, so here's what we are going to do. We are going to... I guess if we station up here, and we were to use run and gun,
As good as done.
we can get into a firing line here. We're going to aim for this position right here, because this is most convenient. We are going to use Surefire Plan to increase our damage.
I won't stand for it.
And we're going to aim with the intent to fire at this guy. There we go.
And I will follow up with another surefire plan.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
And, yep, there we go. Okay. I'm going to aim with the intent to fire on all of these guys here. And I failed to do even that, so that's fine. Okay. The guards are going to get into position and they're going to start firing at me. I kind of predicted that be the case. Okay. Let's see if they start firing, Yep, they start firing on their allies, which is going to be convenient for us. Regardless, it's going to be a mess of things.
To the heretics!
Yeah. Thankfully we got medkits, but good golly is this going to be a bit of a mess. Alright. Let's activate another surefire plan here. Thankfully we can target everybody here, so we're just going to focus on just blasting across.
Never stood a chance.
Okay, that's a fail, but thankfully we can now use Revel in Slaughter, which is our next ability. And I guess we are just going to remain stationary, but I will run and gun here, I guess. Because at this point I can go over to here on this corner and get some cover. And I can focus on hitting from here. Alright, that's a miss, but that's fine. The more Revel in Slaughter stacks we get, the better off we are, so that is why I'm going through this method. Oh, the squad commander is moving around. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like he's keen on going into melee, so that's good. That said, they're gonna they're gonna continue on that path of violence. We should be fine, though. Okay. We are gonna activate surefire plan here. Okay, we are just going to focus on these groups. There we go.
Best defense is a good offense.
Alright, that's a lot of damage coming in, huh? At least I've got a lot of defense going in. Let's see, are you going to do a barrage? Ow. Thankfully, I've got medical kits, so I'm not too hard-pressed here. Nope, they've attacked their allies once again. Kind of predicted this. Okay. That is a lot of units here, huh? Alright, we're gonna start with a barrage here.
Another enemy down.
Alright, that's a enemy dealt with. Let's use a run and gun here. As a result, we can start focusing on the commander here. If we can get a hit off, that'd be nice, but I don't think I'm going to get that luxury, so we're just going to keep pelting the guy down. But essentially, we're going to be heavily relying on cover for the few starts of most combats. Thankfully, it seems like he's decided to go for the, yeah, he's decided to do that. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna have to get some healing in, but I should be fine all the same. Okay, yep, we're gonna start off by going with the heal.
I won't forget.
That's a heal of 16, which is pretty good. We are then going to just barrage on the squad commander, who's decided to be silly and go through that. We will end our turn there. Let's see, what are you going to do? You're going to march up. Interesting choice. Okay. Ow.
Didn't flinch.
Thankfully, I can Revel in Slaughter. This is going to give us even more ballistic skill. And in doing so, I've got a 92% chance to hit. I'm going to go for the high percentage here. There we go. I am then going to go into haste here, and I think... Yeah, I'm going to move back a little bit, just so I've got a bit more cover to work with. And let's see, I guess I'll target you, because you're easier of a hit, even though I missed. Okay, what are you going to do? You're going to approach there, okay. Guard Defender's going to march up. He hits his own ally. Alright. I can either target him, or I can target him. Both are going to be equally difficult to deal with. I'm going to start by focusing on this guy, I guess.
On it.
Why not? Hey, I got him. Nice. Okay. If not for the cover, we'd be in a deep trouble. Ow. I am gonna have to heal here, I think. Let's see. I guess I could swap over to the pistol here, but there's no reason to. As far as I'm concerned, anyways. Let's move over to here. This is going to be a little bit more convenient for us. Start pelting him. That's a miss. We will use this as a chance to recover. And I guess that's the turn. I think I'm going to heal next turn. Just to be on the safe side. Yeah, absolutely going to need a heal. Alright, let's get a 16 heal here, just to be safe. And, yep, we're just going to pelt you with a barrage. There we go, we got a kill there. And, yeah, there's just one more guard defender. Ow.
I've faced worse than this.
Okay, we're going to go for the double shot here. Hey, there we go. And that's our first battle. So as you can see, we're going to be heavily relying on cover. That is why I ended up choosing the archetype that I did. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, no, wait, do I have it, actually? Yeah, no, I do. That's why I ended up going with Exploit Surroundings to start out with, because we are going to be heavily relying on hiding to start with, because we currently don't have the actual dodge necessary to deal with most threats. So we're just going to have to wing it for the most part. Regardless, there is a lot of weapons that we can utilize here, so we are going to see what's pretty good. We are going to accept these into the cargo now. Scrappy auto pistols, I don't think we need. Yeah, so we're going to add that to the cargo. We no longer need normal swords, so we're just going to add that to the cargo. And I suppose we could theoretically use this blast wave shotgun, because it's basically the same difference. It just has a rate of fire of 1 as opposed to the 4 that we're getting from the last gun. I'll have to think about it, though. These are not as good as what we have currently, so we're just going to ditch those. And I think that is the most that we can do. Given the fact that we weren't able to get enough to use the Heroic Act, I'm just going to wear this cloak instead, because it's going to give us +5 to all of our stats, which is pretty good. This is going to help us with most skill checks. That is why I'm grabbing it. I am going to keep the armor from the deck officer helm because that's going to be really helpful for us. But other than that...
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Statue of the famous Calixian sculptor and chronicler, Zarkius Vernon, the Magnificent. The 23rd year of this millennium. Original. Lovely. Okay, we got a data crypt, which is interesting. We got some goods here. Alright, this is basically a memo for lessons on how a faithful servant is supposed to act.
I always keep my options open.
Okay. Library is full of treaties. Okay. And we've got intercepted conversation between security officers. Tremendous honor. Yes, but this promotion will transfer the entire squad to the child's personal guard. Okay. It doesn't appear like there's any... Keeper Felix said the squad will not have to serve the child for long. He even gave us a little leeway. He almost busted our heads because someone forgot to check the catering units. Single outsider in 10 years. Keeps finding things to fret over. Okay, so apparently Winterscale had a visitor around here before. Not sure for what, but it's still worth noting, I suppose. There's a Medicaid check. We'll gather the materials. Okay, what about this? This is more holy gifts. Lovely.
What do we have here?
Okay, we got goods here. A meteorite chunk. And goods here, which is a Ripper auto pistol. The difference between the las pistol and this is the rate of fire is absurdly different. Which actually looks like fun. The range is the same, but overall the difference is, of course, the rate of fire, which... Honestly, we're going to be heavily relying on rate of fire for weapons, so...
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of weapons that are going to have high fire rates. Okay, mutated flesh sample. A Medicaid here. Let's save. We might as well, right? There we go. Okay, Medicaid.
Just as I planned.
Most of these unfortunate souls took their own lives by slicing their guts wide open. Okay. Well, that's something. Alright, from there...
Wits about you.
Yeah, I guess that's that here. There's the guard defender here, I guess. We'll check him. Okay, all of those go. Las pistols can go at this point. Although, do I want to... Yeah, let's just add it to cargo. Worst case, we're going to be using that auto pistol that we have for... We'll get our money's worth, essentially. It's no biggie. Regardless.
That's how it's done.
We have a high ability of control with our cloaks here. We should be fine. But yeah, no, we are definitely going to need to do some clear benefits. But for now, let's save just to be safe. I don't think I need to worry too much, honestly, with most of these checks, but it never hurts to just make sure. Oh, 1 second. There we go.
I always get the job done.
There we go. And we get a +5 to persuasion with those gloves.
I always keep my options
a different
open.
pair of gloves, but still, the persuasion's always nice. That is going to help us in the long term. So I guess I'll swap over to the Noble Silk Gloves until I find something a little better. But ultimately, it's just random items that are going to help us. Okay. Here's that there is, yeah, there's an explosive device set. We're just going to disarm that. So that way we can grab these. That is a lot of, jewelry, but it won't affect us too much here.
Keep your wits about you.
Alright. Nothing too crazy going on so far. Oh, hello. Did you hear the screams? Move. Sir, are you alright? We can't hear anything. Now I see. You're in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors. Sir, what are you doing? Get a hold of yourself, sir. An insurrection? I know you are all traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me, they whispered. Hey, who are you? Well then. That's something.
I always have a backup plan.
Okay, there's another data crypt. We got some guards here with random assortments of items. They're probably just going to be tossed aside, loot-wise. Research notes. Okay, so research notes are basically just, you'll understand when we get to it, but I know what exactly needs to be done there. Alright, we've managed to unlock this. We can pop most of these without too much hassle, I do think. Because we have such high skill checks. Okay, there we go. And here we are given a carapace chestplate and a long las. Now, normally, if you're looking to play a game of this, you know, category, a long las is going to be really fantastic long term. For now, though, unfortunately, the long las is not a realistic option for us. Rather, the well-maintained lasgun is going to do us a lot better.
Keep your eye on the prize.
Personally, a personal opinion, though, of course. Oh, that's ominous. Okay, that's a lot of people there. I should probably save just to be sure I'm not getting into any conversations, but all the same.
I always keep my options open.
Okay.
Is there money to be made?
Oh, hold on. For some reason, the Arch Enemy's twisted influence has found its way into the station. That's ominous, but okay.
I always have a backup
That's not a
plan.
good sign. That means, House Orsellio might be a little corrupt currently. I guess we should awaken the Cogitator's spirit now, and we'll go from there. The Cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. Buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel, with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. So awaken. You turn a few remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen on the sacred engine flickers. The Cogitator's inside emits creaks and groans as the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the Cogitator systems. Alright, let's request data on the station. Alright, Felic Orsellio is alive. Theobald Orsellio is alive. Calomira Orsellio currently is deceased. Alexius is deceased, lower levels. And Rasmus Estevan Orsellio is currently deceased. That is concerning. Location of the child is upper chambers. Biometric patterns, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress level exceeds permissible limits. Calming procedures advised. Upper chamber is inaccessible. Controlled rod is not present. If the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact station keeper. Okay. Let's examine the logs. I'm just gonna quickly skim through this. I know what basically goes down, but if you guys want to read, I'm gonna slowly let you guys pause the stream and just read those as you go. Okay. Let's break through the Guardian's defenses. Thankfully, we were able to do that with ease. Right. Rykard Minoris is not going to call for aid. Let's open all doors on the level. We're just going to go through all these commands. And it'll just pry open everything, essentially. And as a result, we'll open up this. Alright. Main elevator controls, activate elevator. Alright, there we go. So, essentially, the logs here give you a bunch of information about what's going on in the station. Just enough to at least warrant some idea as to what's going on.
Success is the only outcome I expect.
But to give you a rough idea, there is currently something going on. I won't go into details on what that is. But essentially, the station is under attack, and there is a lot of siege going on, for good or ill. Oh. Something cold is going on. That's not good.
Or get left in the dust.
Okay. Grab this. And there is actually more here that we can investigate, but it's going to involve some of the items that we've got here. Or that we've collected through the station. Now, I do believe I know what needs to be done. It's just been a while.
Just as I planned.
Alright.
Always keep your eye on
Overall,
the prize.
nothing too crazy is going on. We can open this door. And we can move our way into this room, which is going to yield some interesting results. This is going to gather some information here. Alright, so, transducer. If we go into here, we've got a few items here. I do believe what we need to do is we need to take the Psi Crystal and convert it. You'll understand why in a minute. Okay, there we go. We've got the adamantine. That is not going to be useful here. Alright, there we go. And a leather lab journal. Let's save here. And let's talk with you. Alright. Okay, I just need to recall what the thing was. I know a few things. Let's see. H410K, I believe. I'm going off of memory, but I do believe it's the H401OK.
Have a backup plan.
From there, we need the catalyst of black water. Yeah, the catalyst of black water. The reagent that we need is crystal dust, and the tissue flask. I believe it's a fresh sample that we needed. Nope. Okay, that's a load. I fairly certain I got everything except for the last one right. I guess I could do a quick Google search. There's no problem with doing that. But essentially, there is a set frequency here. I apologize for guffing it up, though. Give me a hot second. I'm going to do a quick Google search. Alright. There we go. Okay, so yeah, no, I got... let's see. Okay. Alright, so there is two possible options. Given I've already done one of the options a while back, I guess I could do this right now, but yeah, no, there is two combinations that you can utilize here. So for this, we are going to need also adamantine. The meteorite chunk is absolutely useless, so don't even bother trying. I'll quickly grab the powder of the adamantine dust.
Is there money to be made?
Alright, so the first combination, obviously, is going to be a... Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. So yeah, no, I did a few things wrong. The first is I did the mutated flesh sample, and well, I missed out on the biogel and the mutated flesh sample. But essentially, what you need to do is you take the mutated flesh sample, you put in H41OK, then you go with the catalyst of biogel instead, and then you use the reagent of crystal dust. That is one of the two options that you can go for.
Oh, it's a peculiar thing.
The alternative is you need to use... Well, actually, we can do it here now, actually. So the alternative is that you need to use a fresh sample. Navigator? No, just a normal flesh sample. We then combine the K4OH, or O4OH sample here. Then we combine the... Is it the acid? Yes, we need to combine the acid. And then we combine the adamantium dust. And this results in us getting something for another upgrade. So, hold on. There we go. And as a result, we get Elixir of Warp Neutrality. And to essentially go over the details, Warp Neutrality gives us a immunity to warp damage, and inflicts a -10 penalty to Fellowship, but you cannot, or the user can't deal warp damage until the end of combat. So basically, you can't use warp, but hey, it's not like a lot of people can use warp anyways. And then the adaptive antidote is just immunity to toxic damage, and at the cost of 10 toughness. So both vials are good, especially if you're dealing with warp-heavy enemies, but it really depends on that. Other than that, though, there isn't really much combinations that you can really do. However, just because I am curious as to see what happens, because there's no repercussions if we do this, we're going to take these. Alright, we're going to take the Navigator sample. We are going to put in the 40 KO. We will then put into Catalyst of Black Water. And finally, the Meteorite Dust. I don't think this is going to do anything, but I will still try it. Yeah, it just blows up the machine. I have no reason to not do that, because none of the resources are going to actually help me. But, I digress. We've leveled up now. And as a result, we get a characteristic, and we get to choose an ability. Our current base value is 30, so go from there. Now we just need to decide what we're going to do. Let's see. We can increase our ballistics up to 55, I suppose. Because that will help with our accuracy, I do believe. Yeah, it helps our accuracy with all forms of ranged weapons. That's going to matter to us. Alternatively, I go for toughness, but I don't think I can help with that. Yeah, no. Forge World helps give +5. I got an Origin Advancement, which is 5. Yeah, no, let's just increase ballistics. That's going to help us the most right now. And because we have the Von Valencia's Cloak, that's going to increase that by another 5, essentially. So, yeah. Okay, now we've got a few choices on what we can go with. Now, Dash is an ideal choice. Entrench is especially good for us because it's going to give us more cover efficiency. And it allows us to combine with a run and gun, which allows us to gain all of our spent AP and MP back, plus an additional 1 AP. It also resets cooldowns and all other soldier abilities, which is pretty decent. Next ranged area attack made by a soldier deals 50 plus 10 times ballistic skill % damage, and has an additional 10 plus 2 times ballistic skill bonus to dodge reduction. Okay, so this would basically mean we've got a 6 or a 50 plus. I guess that is 110% damage. Okay, so basically we double damage with concentrated fire. And it has an additional 10 plus 2 times ballistic skill, so that's... If we take 6, that's 12, so... 22, I want to say, dodge reduction. I'm going to go with concentrated fire because we're going to be using a lot of constant attacks as opposed to what we normally do. This is going to matter for us, so that's why I'm going for that route. We are not going to need controlled shot because we're going to be going solo most times, but we're definitely going to consider grabbing rapid fire for the future. That is definitely going to be one of the few items that we grab. But ultimately, that is going to help. And that is going to help us get a bit stronger. Yeah, so currently we have a ballistic skill of that. Okay, so far so good. I'll just toss that back. There we go.
Keep your wits about
we won't be able to
you.
get our charismatic buff just yet, but that's fine. But yeah, it's very clear something suspicious is going on. Oh, wait, hold on. Did I miss something? I think I've already dealt with the transducer here. Yeah, no, I've already done that. Never mind. Thought I missed out on something, but I
Is
didn't.
there money to be made?
Okay. And here we go. We jump over here.
I always get the job done.
Alright. Now, before we go up there, I do want to talk with Bellic here. House Orsellio looks a little better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided, his wounds are tightly bandaged, and there are some healthy color under the scales of his cheeks. You've dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you bought the activation rod as well.
Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life.
I have many questions regarding what happened on the station.
You think they are worth the life of my mistress?
Who was the child mentioned in documents and reports found on the station?
You meddled with something that should have been left alone.
The keeper folds his arms and shakes his head disapprovingly.
The child is what the station servants called Lady Acacia. But a commoner's dirty mouths must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are still able to speak.
The servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most corpses I discovered were either unharmed or feeble.
Did you really think mere servants could plan a coup? The senior officers are just as guilty. Half of my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason. As for the real culprit, the coup was staged by those closest to the mistress.
The madmen I fought were convinced that we were the traitors. Philip gives an indifferent shrug.
That is why they are insane. Will you really heed the ramblings of retainers who dare to raise their hand against the scions of a noble bloodline?
Destroying the shuttles, shutting off the power, and disabling security systems. Too many things required special access. Access only available to the keeper of the station.
As I am sure you're aware, there were 2 keepers on the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald Orsellio, the demented old man, obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power. And also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen your Act 5 and our noble line.
I listened to a report of a private conversation between the station's officers. You were very lenient towards them, purposely neglecting the security's protocols.
I was lenient, that is true. And in the end, I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home.
The keeper spits out the last few words with a particular bitterness. I saw the captain's report. Only the keepers have access to the station systems, but Theobald stayed at his side the entire time and could not have initiated self-destruct protocol.
Which means he did it before the report was filed. Or maybe after, or...
Alec's stern face twists in disgust.
You dare suspect me of what happened? The one who's going out of his way to preserve what little there is left? By the God, Emperor, you will keep these slanderous accusations to yourself.
I will trust you, Felix Orsellio. Let us rescue your mistress. Felix exhales loudly and smiles.
Thank you, rogue traitor. I don't even know what to say. Status and honor prevent me from admitting it before now, but you have woken hope in me. Hope that I might actually leave this station together with the mistress. Which is why I'm about to ask one last favor of you. The lowly insurgents got their hands on a weapon that suppresses my navigator's powers. Their absence makes me a living target. But this weapon is useless against you, as is the bunch of lunatics wielding it. I humbly ask that you deal with the scum huddling upstairs and hurry to adorn my mistress with the relic of our house. A sacred amulet against all evil. Recent events have been badly disturbed. Lady Cassia's psyche and the warp entities always lust for weaker powers, especially when the veil grows thin. You too will be safe next to this charm.
And what will I get in return?
You will get everything you wanted. A loyal Navigator and undying gratitude of House Orsellio.
Very well, I will do it.
You are going to need this charm.
The look hands you a precious stone without a setting. Its luminous surface remains cold to the touch no matter how long you hold it in your hand.
May the God Emperor's light be with you.
Okay, sure. We are gonna go up. The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs stands with her arms raised, her hands deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet-misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament. When your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. You are enveloped in despair and grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead. Your heart hammers in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee from this room, from this station, almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions, and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing it to retreat. I know why I'm here, and so I will stand strong against any illusion. You direct all your attention inward, to your heart, currently shackled by another's suffering. Under the gaze of your burning inner eye, the despair and pain begin to dwindle. The darkness in your soul dissipates. The lump in your throat shrinks. And you discover that you are standing in front of a bizarre creature. A young woman whose tears you seem to have dried along with your own. She wearily shakes her head and lets a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and the howl of a small wounded animal.
What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you? Who are you?
Vorg von Valencius. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Unease settles over her features as she simply nods cautiously.
Pardon my manners, Vorg. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint.
The heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room as though the veil of ignorance had just been ripped away from them.
The child, Lady Cassia. Where are you, sacred child, throne preserve?
Despite his venerable age, the Navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side.
You...
The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you. One wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orsellio down upon your head. At present, I'm trying to determine what is happening. Well, I came to seek the Navigator's aid, specifically.
I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wreck station, or like scoundrels in Felix service. So who are you?
I am Vorg von Valentius, rogue trader.
Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy. How interesting. Your kind always making an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful. And so, House Orsellio now asks a service of you. Save the life of a child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. Make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide.
What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room, first and foremost? Theobald frowns.
Curse. You do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Tirisfan, for she is the heir of House Orsellio.
I must admit you look frightening. The fisheye looks at you with unwavering dignity.
You are not supposed to see me, or Felix, or the sacred child. Navigators are highly paid for their royal service to Imperium, according to his will. No one would dare judge the guiles of humanity, the chosen of the galactic sovereign himself.
Alright, what service do you ask of me? Hope glimmers in the Navigator's milky eyes.
Save the sacred child. Take her away from this station. I fear I do not have long left.
A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin as he wipes the mutated blood briskly away with his sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain.
Save the child and deliver her safety to Regent Arcana. Acting head of the House Orsellio, in the Cronus Expanse, was assured that the reward will be worth the effort.
You are talking as though you expect to die here. Theobald shrugs indifferently.
My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felix inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne, slowly enough to see that child is taken care of.
You do need help, to be fair. There is a Medicaid deck on my ship. But Theobald only shakes his head.
No. I am the keeper of Urnak 5, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have no other matters to attend to.
What happened between you and Felix?
Felix is my wayward student. He came to Urnak 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me. But he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child. To revel in the power with others like him, casting our house to abyss, to pervert the century-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duty to the legacy of the greatest of our Navigators. Tisserpon Orsellio, who led our house prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had become of age and taken up the Novator's throne. So choose whose side you are on. The murderous traitor or the lawful scion of the noble house.
Theobald speaks with these words softly, looking at the unconscious young woman with reverence. Felix also accused you of treachery, Theobald. Why should I trust your words?
Defending myself before strangers. Never thought I would fall so low.
The old man looks at the unmoving Cassian and shakes his head in resignation.
If the child's life were not at stake, very well, I have no choice. Or proof of my innocence. I can give you my word as a member of the Navis Nobitel. If the honest words of an honorable man counted for anything with you, I guarded this station against calamity and surges from without the best of my ability. I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols. I personally selected every servant, and I faithfully protected the child during the coup.
How the hell could you lose control over your own station?
Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age and twice as wise. Take my advice. Trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, and far-fetched idea of a bright future.
Alright. Felloc is the true monster. Let's do away with him. Together. Theobald dips his head in favor of the proposition.
Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I will revive the child. Be alarmed. The power of House Orsellio's heir will help us destroy our enemies, and shield us from Helic's Navigator forces. But you... rest for a time before the battle.
Alright. Yeah, no, as you can see, there's a lot of situations going on here. Thankfully, we do have time to prepare, so we are given that luxury. But there is two options that would have gone down had we gone with that route, but yeah. Essentially, a lot of stuff goes down. And thankfully, given the circumstances of the rules of the challenge, we are going to have some help here, so... yeah, we're just going to have to get ready for what's about to happen. Okay, we won't get the benefits of that. Yeah, no, we're not getting any benefits, so...
I always keep my options open.
We are going to save here. Because this does matter for us. And I'm going to be sticking with the intended option of going with this route. But regardless. Alright, everybody. Let's do this.
It is about time we repay those who betrayed our house. Come.
Rogue traitor, you treacherous worm! I knew I should have killed you.
That is enough, boy. You betrayed the child of our house and Tirisfon herself. Surrender.
I am the savior of our house. I'm prepared to pay the ultimate price. Kill them.
I'll make an example out of you.
None of you shall.
Alright. And this is where things go awry, as you can tell. To start out with, we are actually going to post up here. This is going to be most convenient. Well, let's... yeah, I guess I could post up here instead. Yeah, no, let's post up here. We'll start with this position, why not? Surefire plan. At the start of combat, the Crime Lord gains 5 stacks of Surefire plan effect. Activation of this ability consumes 1 stack and makes the X action stronger. Okay. Can be used multiple times per turn. Alright, so thankfully it seems like we can help these guys with bullets. We are going to start with concentrated fire. Alright, well, we're going to do Surefire Plan. This is going to increase our damage significantly. So our damage is going to increase by 14. Combine that with the Concentrated Fire, which is going to increase the next ranged area attack by 100% damage. this is gonna effectively make our attacks even better. And if we do this right, it's going to deal a lot of damage.
Who, if not me?
Okay. And we will follow up with a run and gun here. Just to give us a little bit of an edge here. Because we still can just back up into this position. And we're gonna pelt this guy here. Which is a miss. Okay, so we've been getting poorly luck on attacks, but that's fine. We are going to have to make do with that. We'll find other means to actually deal damage. It's just going to take time. But yeah, most of this is going to be just NPCs attacking one another. Thankfully, we have the advantage of numbers on our side. But naturally, we're going to need to get even more, so... we'll just go with what we got currently. Alright, Cassia's going in with her attacks. Let's see how the enemy fares. But yeah, no, if you play it smart, you can essentially get these guys on your side. So for the early game, in our case, this is going to be really helpful to us. Of course, we want to deal with the fodder as soon as possible, so that is why I'm taking the time to actually deal with this. First and foremost. Oh, okay. Nice try. Alright, there we go. Alright, so next one is here. We are just going to activate Concentrated Fire once again. We'll activate this as well. Because we are damaged, we do lose out a little bit on what we do, but that's fine. We get a kill there. And we can't do more than that, so we'll just make do with that. We did at least get a kill, so I'm not complaining. Besides, we have to deal with Felix eventually, so... one thing will be done. Slowly but surely. Okay. That's a few enemies dealt with. Oh, Lidless Stare coming in clutch. Ooh, Cassie is not having a good time. Ooh, Theobald's not having a good time. Alright. I guess I could go for a Brazier Barrage. We do have a different type of weapon in our arsenal, actually. Not that we need to do it, but it is an option.
Death to the heretics!
Alright. Given the circumstances, we are going to want to go with a basic shot here. That is a miss. Okay, we are going to go with run and gun here. I guess we'll swap over to this. Yeah, so if we go here, activate Concentrated Fire, activate Surefire Plan, we can do some insane burst fire. There we go. An option available to us. Yeah, I'm just gonna slowly whittle down the enemies, essentially. Oh, there goes the Navigator. Well, rip the child, I guess. Ah well, we should be fine. Ow! Seriously? Alright, well, whatever. We're taking out most of the enemies, so it's fine. Ow. Okay. Alright, we're going to move directly here. This is going to make it all the more convenient to deal with the enemy.
On it. Another enemy down.
There we go. And we'll end our turn there. Alright, cool. That just leaves one more enemy. And Felix is the only one here that we have to worry about now. Of course, our Navigator going down is a concern, though, but it's not going to be too much of a concern, because story-wise, she'll probably still be alive, but I digress. Okay. Okay, let's activate run and gun here.
Don't let your guard
Alright, here we go. We are going to activate concentrated fire. Surefire plan. And then we are just going to unload. Alright, we are going to activate firearm mastery here. There we go. Oh god, we do not get any significant luck here. Yeah, no, the accuracy on our attacks are pretty poor. Let's hope we can actually hit. And no, no luck. That's fine. God, we missed everything. Oh, that's pain. I should be able to get into a different position, so I can actually hit him with a more convenient attack, but all in due time. We just basically have to get into a better position. That's all. Yeah, currently our accuracies could be better, to say the least. Okay. Alright. Well, given the circumstances, we need to go over to here, I guess.
I don't need luck. I have strategy.
Alright. If we go here, and I guess we got the pistol. Let's see, how is our accuracy faring? Okay, not so good with that. But we can fare well with this. We've got a 49 here. We're going to activate Surefire Plan here. Let's activate Concentrated Fire. There we go. 49 to hit, but we should hit those. There we go. Done and done.
Now, this is your burden, child. Survive. Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
Theobald coughs up bluish blood. The armor plate on his chest is perforated in a few places, and there's a tangle of metal and viscera where his abdomen ought to be. When the Navigator's pale eye find Cassia, he quietly rasps these words.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
Cassia looks up at the Navigator's body in bewilderment, and you are overwhelmed with an inexplicable sense of loneliness and grief. I regret we had to meet under such circumstances.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before.
Cassia looks sorrowfully at the destruction around her.
What are you going to do to me?
Lady Cassia, let us aid one another. Become my navigator, and I shall restore you to House Orsellio at the earliest opportunity.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Yurak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orsellio.
All who can be saved will be given succor upon on board my ship. The Lady Navigator ponders your words for a short while.
Accompanying a rogue trader on their travels is an honor for any navigator. Let us go. I can no longer bear the sight of the deathly pale shadows that drape the bodies of the fallen.
Alright, there we go. And for that, we get ourselves a new companion in the form of Cassia. We are also given a number of items that will help us in the near future, but most of it is not going to help us immediately. Or at least some of it, anyways. There is benefits here and there, it just needs to be dealt with.
Keep your wits about you.
Regardless, we are gonna loot what we can here. There is some things that will help us, some things that won't. But overall, it's just a bundle of items that we can, you know, quickly grab. And we are ordained with our first armored body glove, which is actually going to be really nice. So let's start off with that. So we're going to move over to Vorg here. Alright. So the armored body glove is a perfect tool that we are going to be using for the majority of the chapter, I feel. It's going to help keep our agility high, and while it isn't as good as, say, medium armor currently, it's going to help us at least for the immediate. There is also a few other things that we can grab or use. What we are going to use is we are going to use the Thrice Pioneer Bracers here. So every time we deal damage, the target's weapon skill and ballistic skill is reduced by 5 for 2 rounds. Stacks up to 3 times. This is going to help us immediately, so we're going to wear those. Nothing else really seems to catch on as skillfully as that. But we are going to wear these tactical goggles, because this is just going to help our to hit. Unfortunately, well, maybe in the future we will swap back to Deck Officer's Helm, but for now it seems that ideally that we go with this. But yeah, now that we have more of a dodge route, we can now dodge most or more attacks, which is going to be convenient for us. And hopefully the percentiles here is going to help. But for now, let's see if there's anything else that we can do. Alright, weapon-wise, there is a rate of fire 4 las gun. We are just... is it better than what we got currently? No, in fact it's slightly worse, so we're just gonna throw that into cargo. The auto gun is a rate of fire 6, which is arguably better. There is also the long las if we wish to go that route. At the moment in time, I think I am going to swap over to a long las for the sidearm. As for the main weapon, I need to decide. Am I going to go with a... Do I want to go with the auto gun or not? The only difference is that there's 2 extra shots and less damage, but I don't think I need the auto gun to make that happen. And besides, we're getting a 30 dodge reduction anyways, so we're just gonna add this to cargo. We don't need the Ripper auto pistol either. So we are just going to add the cargo. We also have the Deadshot Stub Revolver if we wish to go about it that way. It's basically a, yeah, it's just a revolver. I think I'm going to keep that, though. Let's... Yeah, so we want the... Toss out the... Oh, wait, hold on. This is actually better. We'll wear that, then. And I will deposit these 2. Alright, the mesh chestplate can go. Well, yeah, no, that can go. Alright, so, yeah, no, the Carapace chestplate is going to be our saving grace. It's going to give us at least 33 armor total, which is going to be convenient for us. Alright, to the Void Ship we go. We've managed to procure ourselves a Navigator, among other things. And with that, we can now go to the Void Ship Bridge and meet the Navigator. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual. But if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her chambers first... Your heart starts beating furiously, your breath comes short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigdis is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at their Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak to the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you are ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, then, lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. What did you wish to speak about? After a few seconds of hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale, and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash than when Theobald's heart stopped. But you acted honorably, and did not exploit me in my wretched position. For that, I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet, who've served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who have preceded him. He knows how to properly tend to me during the journeys through the immaterial, and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now... Cassia throws back her shoulders. I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board. But no red. Why are you asking for those items? Now's not the time to indulge in painting. You are asking questions, the answers of which you cannot comprehend. Perhaps I may explain it to you all at a later time, but... now, our time is too precious to waste. As the Navigator of House Orsellio, I give you my word that without a canvas and paint, we have little hope of a smooth journey through the war. I have no reason to lie. Then at least tell me more about what the ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship, so that I can become one with the vessel. Cassia lifts a lock of her hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant warts. After that, I use the House Orsellio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts. And then it is time to open my third eye, peer into the depths of the war itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me to the star to star, system to system. Oh, the light, the guiding thread so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Cassia unfurls her hands as though dropping something. But you have nothing to worry about. The Navigators of House Orsellio never lose their course. Why do you refuse red paint, then? Cassia gestures towards the servant standing beside her. Soothe will give of his blood before the ritual, as always. Very well. I shall ensure all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Cassia nods in thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. You can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. Alright. And with that, the Vorg Master comes back. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Navigator and the bridge. May the Emperor's light help us all. Sounds good. The Vox caster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of clothes, pies chanting, and the metallic clicks of implants. Then the serene voice of Lady Navigator breaks the silence. Initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uve. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, the low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on a canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurrying away. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. A storm rising above, foaming waters. Armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond a wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in a tireless pursuit. Of her? No. Of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. The Vox Master recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Vox caster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting out the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through the Navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Let's leave the Navigator undisturbed. Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking, like wild beasts moaning in pain. Their throats raw from the strain, and then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaimed their fate. It appears servants were part of Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear that I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around my brush. Only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you needed me.
Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a Navigator. Spare me a few moments of your time. Please, there are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I want to report the condition of the station, Urak 5. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rykard system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of Navis Nobel has brought us precious time. We can either send our forces to assemble a station and procure technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can.
Loot everything from jewelry to the very last manuscript.
As you command, Lord Captain. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an engineer prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrich van Kalox, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for sure he was not in Urak 5, so keep this in mind when making any future plans.
Why is it always business with you, Victus? Couldn't you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is?
Certainly, old Captain. If you are interested, this week passed with a record-low rate of minor disturbances on the lower decks. A senior technomat from Shift 8 came up with a new formula for a lubricant used in kitchen servitor implants maintenance. The quartermaster of store compartments, 11th, reported recently that we are spending ceremonial decorations at least 20% slower than expected, which means we have enough tablecloths, carpets, and lamps to last us 15 years of grand receptions instead of 10. Even considering that some of the stock was burned during the cultist attack on the vessel.
Thank you, Victus. This will be all for now.
As it pleases you, Lord Captain.
Well, that's something. Alright, with that though... Oh, seems there's more to go.
Lord Captain, there's some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where the uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you could find out what has brought Cassia to the deck.
Interesting. I guess we'll see what's going on.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
The Lady Navigator is engrossed in perusing the dusty tomes which appear to have been neglected by the other officers, be it because of sloth or dullness of mind. When you walk closer, Cassia looks up at you, starts, and hides a withered book behind her back. It pleases me to see you are adjusting to life aboard the ship.
Compared to Urak 5, your ship is a boundless world of unfamiliar hues. And yet, the abundance of bright colors can at times be wearisome on the eyes. The bridge and the decks are so clamorous. In my search for a place of quiet, I was fortunate to come upon this islet of serenity filled with rare tomes and practically devoid of color.
The events that took place on Urak 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the Navigators of House Orsellio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Cassia's response is reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create distance between you. Your only attendant is your valet from Urak 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No, it is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often become the topic of gossip among lower servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising, then, that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks. I do hope that you have ample time to calm yourself in your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting.
Right. I see you're also fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing.
Cassia carefully shows you the book, which turns out to be a collection of works by the Candian naval commander and poet, Idias Quint.
Urak V had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Cassia gently brushes dust off the cover with her thin, clawed hand, her eyes filled with longing after reminiscing about her lost home.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying? You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I.
After an awkward silence, Cassia frowns and purses her lips.
I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
Frightened by her own words, Cassia covers her mouth, pales, blushes, then pales again, and hides her face behind the cascade of her snow-white hair. You have nothing to apologize for, and emotions are natural, be they good or bad, and it is just as natural to share them with others.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak V. So, why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
The primness of her expression cracks, revealing a great weariness beneath. She places a hand on her breastplate.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls, and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
I understand what you're going through. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago, and even in the past.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so... private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
It's possible my people did not wish to disturb you.
Or because my presence offends them. Then I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the communion ritual and prepare the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your company.
With an expression of courteous aloofness on her face, Cassia offers you a curt nod. So, if you had played your cards right, naturally you could go with her as the option for a romance route. In this game, there is a stark difference between normal romance options and, well, there's a stark difference between the prior series of Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, and Kingmaker romance areas and whatnot. I find that this game holds on to those sorts of things rather easily. So, if you're looking to get into the romance aspect of things, she would be... I hate to say it, but she's the easiest option. So if you guys are looking into that, that is something you might want to consider. Plus, from what I've seen, because I have been doing a playthrough with that romance option in mind, I have seen the things about it, and it's quite interesting. But I won't go into details because I have a specific romance option in mind. You'll understand when we get to that point. It's gonna be interesting, to say the least. Alright, well, with that, we have negotiated with our individual there. We're gonna go to the Expanse map here. And as much as I want to increase the morale of the group right now, until I actually get a higher standard of... Oh. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Vigdis pauses as if listening to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seemed to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Wersian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. Okay. I guess we will see how this pans out. Hopefully for the better, not for the worse. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disturbed by the voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice is the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all of her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look at him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you already fit to disturb him. The unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence towards a higher-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Elvira Vent, requesting permission to speak. Vent falls silent, then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. I will listen to what you have to say. Speak, Lieutenant. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to lower decks in order to crush the workers' strike, by any means necessary. But I'm convinced that this step is unwarranted, and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Wilson, and intervene with what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we'll have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Bent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she's finished, she casts out an anxious glance at Abelard, then at you. There has been an insurrection in the making aboard my ship, and no one has informed me? I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order. Even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution. He was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on the ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontent directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem he will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps we will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I've already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. How did this all start? The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up to the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed. An open investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between the forces and workers to a head. Where does Seneschal Wearston come into all of this? I shall explain. Abelard's intones grimly. I beg you to hurry. Time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There's an established order to the way of things are done on the ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I've always handled internal problems myself, so of course when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took matters into my own hands. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodore von Valentius will find refuge on our ship. You are far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Wearston. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for an entire sector. It's driven the people to the brink. Now there's a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. When I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. Abelard, what do you have to say about all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, gilded exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to condemn the rectitude of my actions yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way you'll stop the uprising before it begins. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors on the lowest decks. It is home to clans of general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have secured its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one of which now, more besides giving succor to cultists and minions of the archenemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. We've handled the workers on Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again. If the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh, and another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector.
It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all the neighboring sectors. I've heard enough. I'll go down to the lower decks and deal with the problem personally. Praise the Emperor. Thank you, Lord Captain. Abelard grits his teeth slightly. An enterprise boarding on the Samoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. We will take everybody off, naturally, except for the required points. As expected, if this does lead into a combat, we will be using Abelard, but otherwise we won't. He will be there, but he will not be doing anything of the sort, or doing anything of a keynote, anyways, I should say. Regardless, we are now here. We're going to keep him as low-leveled as possible. Oh. Hey, it's Worship. Take that, scum. Look who it is. It's all his fault, is what it is. Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his bow in a startlingly human gesture and a telling tone. There are moments where he allows his age and weariness to show through his armor-like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Did you hear? They were shouting your name. Of course they were. The organization of a deadly routine life on a ship rests upon my shoulders. The mountain of challenges and problems from which I endeavor to insinuate you, Lord Captain. The situation on the lower decks have been a cause for concern. But I intervened personally on more than one occasion. That must be why they remember me. They do not know your face. To them, you are akin to a creature of legend, one who has stood on the steps of the Golden Throne. No less. Whereas I am a man who has a name to attach to every order docking ration, or lowering at bay's heating. Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this. Alright. Now, there is a few things that do matter here.
We should deal with this.
Let us not dawdle.
Oh, there's a secret here. A container can be seen behind the massive bars. Perhaps examining the pipe will allow for you to reach it. We're gonna look around a little bit here before we do go any further.
Rise to the top.
Because I do believe there is a few items around. Okay. That is machine right sets and a few other things.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Now, as you can see, there's a few pipes here. We're looking for blue pipes, essentially. So, any pipes that you find here are blue. We can click the valve here, and it will allow for an opening. Especially if it has a symbol here. We can't use that one just yet, but we will be using it in a due time. Just gotta be patient. We, after all, have a lot of things on our heads to do.
Keep your wits about you.
Okay, so far so good. Oh, hello. The sound of a heated discussion reverberates through the ship's bay. Lieutenant Arvilla Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of a heavily built assault unit officer, and judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already, and has now reached a boiling point. I have my orders to put an end to the unrest and purge this sector. You can take your orders and shove them. This is my deck and my sector. There are only 3 people you can waltz in here without express permission. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Abelard mutters in a crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he means Lieutenant Vent, the officer looming over her, or both. Your Lordship. Noticing you, the junior officer snaps to attention and salutes, their subordinates following suit a moment later. What's the situation? Your Lordship. My people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control, as far as resources allow. We encountered some locals on the way here. Their conduct was outrageous, and tried throwing things at us. Vent pales slightly. The people are getting desperate, clearly. They saw the assault unit, and they decided they have nothing left to lose. I mean, I apologize, Captain. It's outrageous. I'm sure the people will simply didn't recognize you. It wouldn't have occurred otherwise. We will deal with them once the current situation is resolved. Is that all you have to say? Are you sure you're worthy of an officer's rank, Lieutenant Vent? Vent pales slightly, but straightens up and clips out. Forgive me, Lord Captain. I'll take steps to ensure that such a thing does not happen again. I wish to speak to the strikers. Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. Hope gleams in Lieutenant Vent's eyes. Okay, so going by my current stats... Yeah, Abelard is currently with a higher stat array when it comes to diplomatic means. However, I can change that by using Noble Silk Gloves. So, at the very least, I'm matching him in Persuasion. So, at the very least, I can do some diplomatic checks here with a little bit more accuracy here. There is other things that we can do to increase this, but for now, this is the most we can do. So, we're going to save here, and we are going to continue. Alright, we are going to go this way.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you have come down to us. Okay. Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us, your lordship, says a tall, thin man in the worker's garb. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet, snaps the old woman, who turns her hostile dark eyes on you. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damn enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking into cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. They want to punish someone, they can turn off the heating for their whole base for a week at a time. So we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. It's all true. Bent is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidst no fellows feelings towards us. The grim man with a scarred face throws up his arms. Your lordship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder. We went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace, without being harassed.
The persecution started apropos of nothing, you say? I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet, and that there are heretics hiding there. Or here, rather. A cultist amulet? What's that? The gewgaw they found on the dead drunkard. If it's something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not. And if there were, we'd be the first to report them. And as for the amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off the dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. When that fight broke out, some enterprising pokes looted the bodies. The boots they came back with... Nobody ever treads these decks in boots, so it's fine. I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Oh yeah, those boots were really fine. And there were no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor. And when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers of the servo motor. The same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by the tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your lordship. We are people of faith. Abelard, do you have anything to add? I authorize the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos worshippers hiding in the sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Abelard frowned, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself to the workers' presence. Nevertheless, I'm certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stir-doves. They are the enemy and the threat of the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. Very well. We were attacked on the way here. How can you explain that? Here's an explanation for you. The people have been punished to their limits, and now they're lashing out. As if we don't know why these top-deck units are being sent down here. Like that one that the lieutenant wouldn't let past. Our clans are inside the bay that's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there are some people who just have just about enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've ridden up. A death squad has just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Their words seem sincere to you. Their body language and glances trade between them reveal that the news of the attack had shocked them. And what changes do you want? Would you look at this? The exalted lord himself is asking us Bildrats what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battling everyone that moves. And that's not it. We want enforcers gone from here. We want to be armed. Give us arms and we'll govern ourselves. Defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been a leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these cub-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. You've gone too far, old man. They'll never let these maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down our necks. They probably won't even assist on enforcers on the upper decks, too. As for weapons, what we do need them for? But what do we need them for? Before our first day is out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. And if the enforcers stop hassling enough, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultists' bodies, and we'll talk to them. One lower deck to another. If there are any more of those damn amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak to yourself and your clan, and I'll speak to me and mine. I don't want empty gestures, I want real change. They'll promise us a world now, but as soon as the anointed one turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before. All because we dared to speak out. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step toward embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands and we will consider the rest. The tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong glance at the woman. Old Nan, listen. Listen. The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. I don't know a single person to hold of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talked with them. Back down. Now's no time for you to be a stubborn old clone. Listen to us, old man. 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband a force or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that it? So brave you are against the old woman. I'll shut up, I will. Indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. Thoughts, Abelard? The story about scavenging of her boots and accidentally picking up a heretical amulet doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling and possibly becoming minions of the arch-enemy. We must not give them what they want. If they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity, it does not mean that they are not tainted with corruption. What begins as petty thievery can turn into a far graver problem. I've seen it before. My second war, there was a sergeant in an Imperial Guard regiment that was stationed nearby. The sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic, and his whole unit lost their lives for it. When they finally managed to break into the barracks, they found not a single survivor, only the pocket knife, which had grown through all the rows of beds like a metal-choking pine. So when it comes to scavengers, malcontents, and strikers, or whatever they'll turn into next, my verdict is simple. Give them no quarter. Well, it's been decided. The persecution will stop, and I'll expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your lordship, thank you. You have not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. Tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, your lordship. We'll loot out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone unturned. Yep.
Over there.
Alright, here we go. A manometer.
That's how it's done.
The gauge shows that the steam pressure in this pipe is close to the maximum. However, it does not reach the bars. We need to turn this, because that is going to matter quite a bit. We do not need to turn this valve, but it is worth noting, to say the least. I'll grab this.
I always have a backup plan.
Okay, is there anything on the side here? We're not going to turn that. It does matter that we investigate thoroughly around here, because there is a bit of loot here and there. If we look around, that is. Okay, from here, there is a slot on this side. We need to make sure we're hitting loot pipes here.
Is there money to be made?
Okay, this is a blue pipe. And I do believe we skip this, and we go to here. That's another.
Keep your wits about you.
And I do believe that is all we need. And if we push this, we open up the grate here with enough force, so that way we can open this, and we get ourselves some force grenades, a crack grenade, which is going to be really helpful for some certain fights, and yeah, a bunch of other stuff.
Always keep your eye on
so naturally, with consumables, we're going to be using them a lot early on. I'm going to be using one here. Force grenades, I'm not too concerned about, honestly. And I guess for the sake of it, I'll have one of warp neutrality and toxin neutrality. And yeah. Stopping unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance, and addresses your other companions. I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give me a moment. Given there's nobody here, there we go. Abelard looks at you, and his last vestiges of restraint vanish. Well? Are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to the disloyal rabble, you believed their lies, and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them in open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like, because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valencia's Protectorate? Let's talk about your role in all this instead. You allowed this revolt to happen. Your action was practically guaranteed it would. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene, Abelard says irascibly. Remember, Lord Captain Theodora, you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers, while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue trader ought. Maybe if Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. There's a new Lord Captain aboard the ship now, and I will not repeat her mistake. Abelard looks at you, stunned, and exhales loudly. Then he nods curtly. I commend your decisiveness, but I'm uncomfortable with introducing new protocols in the midst of a crisis. And Abelard stands at attention. I lost my temper, Lord Captain. I believe I ought to explain myself. Abelard speaks slowly, the words not coming easily to him. The prosperity of the Von Valencia's Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy not for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the signs of a true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked on this incredibly reckless venture, Lord Captain. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off her flagship for long periods, to distant frontiers on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything that had been built over the years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hangar on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this with honesty, without fear of appearing weak. All of this has come as a grievous blow to me. I'm not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I'm duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible, and to do that, I must insinuate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excessive by excess to requirements. Theodora trusted in established procedures, and she died. I won't make the same mistake. If you want to keep building the future of the Von Valencia's Protectorate with me, stop living in the past. Abelard solemnly inclines his head. Yes, Lord Captain. After a moment of silence, he adds, looking at you with interest. Your resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. And now, please let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places. Indeed there is.
Let us not dawdle.
And to that end, we have leveled up, which is really nice. Because I think this is the key point where we get a common talent. And this will allow for even more that we can do. I'm going to bolster my agility here, I think. This is going to help with evading attacks for the most part. And if we go down to the very bottom, we can finally take the core thing that we wanted to take in the first place, which is calculated relations. This is going to give us a significant boost to our specific abilities: coercion, commerce, and persuasion. And it's absolutely required if we are going to want to advance through the story without too much effect. But yeah, no, we need this absolutely. We're going to have to focus on increasing athletics a little bit here. And we're just going to have to overall try and balance everything to the best of our abilities. It's going to be a juggling act, but we can make it happen. Alright, with that, though, out of the way, we can now go back to the Void Ship Bridge. But as you can probably tell, intelligence is a very, very powerful ability. If you want to advance in a solo playthrough, you are definitely going to need to play a Forge World personally. This is only for skill checks, and it'll give you the most experience. But I digress. That's my personal thing. Alright, well, with that, I think we get into some actual violence. Because I think it's high time we continue on with our journey. We're going to go to the Cronus Expanse map. And we are going to continue on. Alright, we are going to make our way to Ricardi Filia, the prison planet here, and we are going to drop down. We're going to take everybody off because we just need to have ourselves there, and we should be good. But yeah, no, now that we have the specialty item that, well, the specialty feat that allows us to use intelligence as per, you know, conversation tools, this is going to help us significantly for our ventures. Alrighty. Okay, with that, we will quickly check our gear here. We can swap back to this, because that is going to be more beneficial to us. And I guess we will go from there. We will check out this. And let's save, and let's get moving on, I suppose. There we go. Hello.
This could be an opportunity.
Oh, there is a trap there, but that's fine. Come in. Come in, escort. This is Captain Vriarki. Escort, please, come in. The pale young woman looks at you with a mixture of hope and disbelief, swirling in her eyes. You notice her hand trembling as she clutches her weapon. Who are you? You come from the planet. Are you reinforcements? Since teeth, I thought you'd never come. What happened here? There's been a prison riot on the planetoid. Sadly, it's being led by a prison warden himself, the Honorable Agathon Kazelia. He has allied himself with the rabble that he himself was supposed to watch and declared Ricardi Filia to be independent of the authority of the system's lawful governor. I came here with a shuttle pilot alongside the Honorable Ivanian Winterscale, son of Caligos Winterscale. Rogue trader, a vanquisher of Xenos,
forever triumphant over the enemies of humanity.
She details, insinuating every word of her overlord's title.
Young Lord Winterscale wished to speak to the warden personally so he could put an end to this lawless treason. He and his escort went ahead, and I haven't been able to contact him over the Vox for a very long time now.
Tell me of this planetoid.
The only settlement on the Ricardphilia is a penal colony. The prisoners work in the mines and the new domed quarries. They mine sulfur, ceramidust, and sand, which is then melted down. A rather nondescript place. So it was prior to current events.
The warden himself is spearheading a riot.
Yes. No one expected this. Master Cassilia is a nobleman from a respected governor house, and a vassal to the House Winterscale. All of a sudden, he proclaimed that Ricardphilia was now his personal domain, and that the prisoners were his subjects, and that he would never bow to anyone again. It's pure heresy.
Why would young Winterscale have felt the need to parley with dissidents?
It's a personal matter. Master Cassilia, this situous warden, is Lord Ivani's childhood friend. When the Lord heard of the riot, the news saddened him greatly, so he rushed here without delay, in hopes of bringing his old friend to his senses, no doubt.
I'm looking for a man by the name of Heinrich van Klox. Is he here, by chance?
Unless it's one of the prisoners or guards, then it seems unlikely. There are no shuttles in working order other than yours and mine. There's nothing else anyone could have used to reach this place.
Is there anything else I should be apprised of before I set out?
Some of the rebels have holed up in the barracks. I don't know how many, but given the only way through is to where the negotiations are taking place, I would expect heavy resistance. Please, take caution, your lordship. Lord Winterscale's guards mined the entrance so that the rebels couldn't get into the shuttle.
Very well. You may excuse yourself, pilot. The woman freezes for a moment before asking hesitantly.
Your lordship, if I may have a minute of your time, I wouldn't have ever dared to cause trouble with a personal matter, but the situation... In any case, have you been to the capital of Ricard Minoris yet? I wanted to ask if you saw a man there, a communications officer by the name of Jasper.
What is your relationship with the man?
We are engaged, your lordship.
I have not yet been to Ricard Minoris and know nothing of the officer's fate just yet.
That's a shame. May the Emperor keep that fool from harm. Thank you for your time, your lordship.
She bows. You can tell by the desperation in her eyes that she is exhausted, frightened, and wishes to be off this planetoid as soon as possible. As is natural. We will quickly disarm this trap here.
I always get the job done.
And we will continue on into the area.
I always have a backup plan.
Okay, so we are going to go into the barracks here. We are going to have to save because there is going to be a fight here, I believe. But other than that, we should be fine. So far, we have been having quite good luck with most combats. It's only going to get progressively harder from once we've from the beginnings of what we've been doing. So we just have to keep going and just be careful. Okay, there we go. Basic notes on yeah, we'll just throw that into the details there.
Keep your eye on the price.
Okay, we are going to need to save here. Because this is going to require us to be on the safe side here. Ow. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Well, it's a good thing I saved before I ran into the trap, but geez.
rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Okay, here we go. Alright, so we got some people running amok.
But I will grant none.
And we have been ambushed. Oh god, okay. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna get into full cover. Let's see. We are going to want to go into a run and gun here. We are going to make for a surefire plan to start with as well. So that way we get more evasion here. Ow. In fact, you know what? Maybe I even go as far as to go behind here. That way I can't be as seen easily. We're going to activate a concentrated fire. We are then going to follow up with surefire plan here. Jesus, 51 HP. Thankfully, it does seem like I'm going to be fine, though, for the most part. Let's pelt this guy, I suppose. There we go. And before we end our turn, we are going to want... Oh, right, we don't have a melee weapon. That's going to be annoying. Okay. That is a mistake on my part, then. Hopefully they don't target us with grenades on the other side, but we'll have to see. Another force grenade, lovely.
Temporary setback. I refuse.
Okay. This is going to cause us to get hit, but we haven't got much of a choice, and that's a load.
But I'm not out.
Well, thankfully we have our save, so we're not going to be in too much of an issue, but good golly. Yeah, so given the circumstances, we want to move over here.
Is there money to be made?
Okay, so I'm gonna have to get a weapon here. Let's go with, let's swap over to the Wrath of St. Drusus, and we're gonna get a Dead Stub revolver here. And hopefully that'll help.
I always have a backup plan.
Okay, yeah, no, this is gonna get really hellish then. Okay.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
Thankfully, I don't think the Grenadier can... Oh, no, wait, he can. Just barely, but thankfully I can dodge that. Okay, thankfully, because I ended up going with the sword here now, I can actually move out of the way here. I hope. Let's use run and gun here. This will allow me to evade. This will cause me to provoke, but that's fine. Okay. Now, is this going to be enough? I don't know. I don't think it is.
I'll make it
Alright,
happen.
concentrated fire.
I'll see to
Surefire
it
plan.
personally. Who if not me?
There we go.
It's as good as done. You should have thought twice before crossing me.
Alright, swap over to the gun here. And hope that's enough. Ow. Okay, yeah, no, this is gonna get really difficult, as I can tell. Oh, God. I might have to go into melee combos here. It's that surprise round that really buggers with you. Oh, okay. Okay, well, for now, if we swap over to the las rifle here, we can combo there, if we wish. Okay, we're gonna start by using a med kit. Because goodness knows we need it. We are then going to use Surefire Plan to increase our dodge and parry by 14. There we go. And then we're just gonna hail bullets into the group. Alright, that's one. Let's hope this is enough. I don't think it is going to be enough, because obviously we're going to be in a bit of a pickle no matter what we do. But hopefully our dodge will carry us. Ow! Okay, could you stop kicking me, though? Okay, kicking seems to be the go-to for most attacks, huh? Okay, Nimble Prisoner is just provoking, I guess? Well, at the very least, it looks like I can just take them out if I am willing to do the, make the efforts to do so. We're gonna aim for the 90 first. There we go. We'll do run and gun just so we can get another attack off. That's a 60. But still, we managed. We can now revel in slaughter. Oh, I should have healed. That's my mistake. Ah, well. And I get kicked again. I'm probably going to get kick comboed here at this point. Oh, God. Yep. That is an L there. Okay, so this is an interesting situation that I've fallen into. Do I think I can handle this on my own? I guess I'm gonna have to figure out a solution here.
Keep your wits about you.
Okay, currently, let's see, what do I have in my gear? I currently have a few force grenades. I might as well equip these, because I'm gonna need them.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
I guess what I can do, given it doesn't really matter, yeah, I'll just station up right next to gates, because this will give me the most room I can availably use.
I will level you.
Alright, perfect. I'm actually going first this time around. Let's see. If we use the sniper, we can actually get some kills here. Yeah, no, we can guarantee kills by using the sniper rifle here, so... If we do this...
Your end was inevitable. It's as good as done.
Alright, if we do this, we can get a guaranteed move over to here. This will allow us to get a hit here.
Who, if not me?
There we go. And we'll go from there. The Grenadier is probably going to throw a grenade, yep. Tried to get us, but he failed, which is good. Okay, we're slowly just going to have to whittle these guys down. It's going to take us some time, but we will make it work. And preferably, we want to minimize the amount of hits we're taking, so we're going to have to funnel them through. As for the location we're going to funnel them through, I think here is the ideal spot. I did make a mistake, though. I should have equipped my sword and dead stub revolver. That is my mistake. Okay, so we won't be able to actually go through with the intended plan then. But I can still do this.
On it. Another enemy down.
Okay, apparently I can at least do that, but yeah, no, that's not going to be enough. Okay, so I'm going to need to load. I made a mistake there. Yeah, so this is going to require some precise movements on my part. If it were gunners, I'd be less concerned, but most of them are melee users, which is just inconvenient for us. Alright, weapon-wise, we're going to go with this. We're going to go with the stub revolver, I guess. Do we want the lasgun? Currently, I think I want to use a sniper here, because this is going to be ideal for us right now. Hold on. Okay, we are going to throw in the force grenades, because these are probably going to help us in a pinch. We will save.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Alright, there we go.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
Brace yourself!
Okay, here comes the grenade. Thankfully we dodged. Okay, thankfully we can hit these if we so desire. I'm gonna swap over to the las rifle for a moment. Yeah, so we want to focus on the melee users here to start with. Okay, then we're going to do a run and gun. Here we go. We are then going to follow up with an attack here. There we go. And then we're going to swap over to this. End our turn. And hopefully this is just gonna slowly whittle down everybody as we go. We're gonna have to take out that nimble prisoner though, so that's gonna be a concern, but I think we can slowly take these guys out if they all gather up into one group. With relative ease, no less. Okay, you missed there, good job. More force grenades have been used. Okay, I can quickly get a hit on this one, I guess. 8 to 16. Okay, if I march over to here, this would be convenient.
Don't let your guard down.
Okay, we're gonna take... Yeah, we'll take you out, because you're the most convenient target. There we go. Now we can activate Revel and Slaughter.
Who, if not me?
Alright, and from there we can actually activate Run and Gun here. Which will allow us to move even further. Which we want. Okay, we're going to throw out another hit here.
Your end was inevitable.
There we go. And we just gotta slowly cycle through this. Because this is absolutely necessary. We basically just gotta kite them. That's all we can really do. Oh, what have you done? You fool. Okay, the nimble prisoner is just really going ham, I guess. Ow.
Faced worse than this.
Interesting choice. Okay, so I can either go for a straight-up melee attack. I'm gonna go with the melee because it's arguably better here.
I'll make it happen. You never stood a chance.
There we go. I can't really do much else beyond that, so we'll just hold our ground here. Hope that's enough. Oh, you're gonna... Why do they keep running? I have no idea. It's really weird behavior, but whatever. As long as they keep, you know, cycling through this, we should be fine. Okay, if we hit this one. There we go. We can then do a Revel and Slaughter here. That's going to increase our gunnery. Alright, we are going to swap to Run and Gun here. And we can get as far as here.
I don't need luck. I have strategy.
We will pelt this one. Then we will swap over to the gun and sword. Nimble prisoner is going to rush up to us again. And only provoke even more. Okay, given the circumstances, we want to focus on this dude here. We can't use the ranged area attack, so instead we're just going to focus on the surefire plan. And I guess we will focus on dodge here, because we do want this. I'm going to follow up with another surefire plan. And this is going to help with the damage against the grenadier. There we go. And we will swap over to the sword and board style. And here we go. Let's see how the nimble prisoner acts. They just run away again. I guess they're trying to remove my provokes. I don't know. Okay, well, regardless, I will activate Surefire Plan here.
You never stood a chance.
There we go.
On it.
I guess I will go for the pinpoint shot here. Alright, that's a dodge. But that's no big deal because I've got the sword and board style here. Let's see what you're gonna do. You keep trying to get rid of my provokes. Okay. I could make this easy and throw a crack grenade, but if you're just gonna be dodging, I might as well just... Yeah, I might as well just do that. Let's see what you're planning on doing. You're just continuing to take away my dodges, huh? Well, I mean, I got I got this for a reason, so why not?
Consider this a taste
There
of
we
what's
go.
to come. It's as good as
Alright,
done.
40, and somehow we managed to do this. Took a bit of effort on our part, but, you know, that's just how it goes, don't it? We'll swap over to the well-maintained lasgun once again.
I always have a backup plan. Temporary setback.
Ow. Well, let's heal ourselves, get rid of the wounds.
You a debt.
Before it, you know, coagulates and causes trouble. Knives. We are gonna always add those to cargo. Okay, we will take the force grenade. Let's see. Stub revolver. We don't need that, so we're adding that to cargo. Let's see. Do we need a chainmail? It is... Okay, it'll dodge 64% of the average enemy attacks. Huh. I think the math is wrong there, but I will still use it all the same. Let's see. I'll take the rest. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see. I think the math here is wrong. Yeah, currently I have a 65 dodge. Yeah, this reduces it by a significant sum. This will increase our durability, though, so it is worth noting. I do believe there is a characteristic that will increase our abilities when dealing with it, but for now, we should be fine. We're gonna save. I should be deleting these saves because they are only going to impede us. And I will save over this. But hey, we managed to defeat the prisoners at least, so there you go. We're doing something right. In doing so, here we've got some gas cloud grenades. We're going to be using those, I'm sure.
Is there money to be made?
Let's actually add chainmail to cargo. We don't need those. Now, if we succeed at this...
Failure is just a temporary setback.
Good thing I can load. I hope I didn't just screw myself over, but we'll see, I guess. I should be able to deal with the fight now that I know what I need to do. But hopefully I saved, and I didn't bugger this up. Thankfully I did. Okay, good. Good. So far so good.
Let us not dawdle.
Wait. Why can I not equip that?
I won't compromise my principles.
Interesting. I guess I will swap over to the heirloom auto pistol until then. Not sure why my strength is taken a hit, but I guess I have. Oh well.
Just as I planned.
Alright. If you successfully complete this search, you can actually open this up, and you can reveal yourself a special encasing here, which will give you the prisoner's shank and the improved auto pistol. Neither of which are really good. It's just something you can grab. It's more loot, basically. Okay, this adds miscellaneous cargo. We'll just add that there. There you go.
Rise to the top.
It's nothing too crazy. It's just basically explaining how the prison has fallen out. To put it plainly, the prison fell under because of a number of things, but mainly it's just because, well... It's mainly just because the prison fell under, well, I guess I'll show you. Yeah. Heresy. Prison guard key, okay, nice. Chopped up slabs, yep. Add that to cargo, that's more information that we can just use for selling.
Have a backup plan. I always get the job done.
The symbol before you bears a familiar scent. The one of dark forces of chaos. So yeah. Chaos is clearly the residing factor here. Managed to unlock that. We can unlock this if we use tech use. Thankfully, we've got high enough tech that we easily bypass it. We'll save here. And... oh. Hello. Time to get gunning. Oh my. Well then. Oh, thank the throne. Normal looking faces. I thought we were gonna die in here with these nutters. The old man with a gap-toothed smile drops his weapon and holds out his hand in a placating gesture. Please, don't shoot us, your nobleness. Let us speak a word. Give me a reason not to execute you on the spot. Here's the deal. We're honest, quiet inmates. We didn't want to riot, but, well, sitting it out wasn't really an option either. The warden's lapdogs made short work of those who refused to join in the festivities, so we had to, you know, play along. And that's all it was, play. We never meant no offense to Governor Medina, nor the lawful authority of House Winterscale. Give us the chance, huh? We just want to wait until everything blows over, and we can go back to our cells and quietly do the rest of our time. Tell me about the warden and the riots. Why slow your tongue talking about that heretic? Alright, basically, I'm just gonna speed through this, because I don't want to really go through all this talking. Basically, these three are from a pirate group, and it would be in our best interest to keep them alive, put simply. But yeah, ultimately, the choice I'm gonna go with for these pirates, I'm gonna spare them because, well, that's just how it goes. We're not gonna leave them to die, and we're gonna... yeah, basically, I should not leave you to die at the hands of the warden's henchmen. Go tell my pilot that it is the Lord Captain's order that you will be sent to my ship. You will join my ship's crew. You have my personal pardon, this rogue trader. And basically you get a boost of Iconoclast, which is really nice. It's a small boost, but hey, there you go. Alright, auto pistols we do not need. We're just going to toss them to the cargo. There we go. And we go from there.
Keep your wits about you.
Okay, if we open this, we got ourselves an axe. As far as I'm concerned, we don't need an axe, so we're just going to toss that in. Much like everything else.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Okay. Now there is a demolish button here, but we don't need to go through this because there is an alternative option for us if we go outside. So if we go to the main level here, we are met with the open pit here, which is going to be a very dangerous battle for us at current.
Or get left in the dust.
But that's fine. We will push this open so that way we can bridge ourselves across. And if we use a successful tech use, we can actually break through without expending resources, which is even better than sacrificing explosive.
Just as I planned.
And to that end, we can actually go in with relative ease. For our troubles, we are given some goods. We are specifically given the faux hammer. And we're giving the saturated cape, which is good for warrior-type classes. But we aren't a warrior, so that is going to be useless to us. However, we can use this to equip faux hammer, which is going to be a very powerful close-handed weapon for us.
Is there money to be made?
We can now open this, and this will allow us to go to and from with relative ease.
What do we have here?
And we even get this. There is a diviner staff, a gas cloud grenade, and another medkit, which we are definitely going to be using. Or at least keeping in our surplus, to say the least. We might need the gas cloud grenade, actually. I'm not necessarily in requirement for the force grenades, but definitely the gas cloud grenade is going to help us a lot. Okay, so here comes the, a more difficult fight, to say the least. And it's only going to scale harder the more we, lack units. So, the fact that we've actually managed to get this far alone is
get the job done.
Impressive. It does appear that we got a lot of stuff, though, that we can utilize, so I'm not going to turn this down. Okay, a fire grenade. That is going to be really helpful for us, actually. And might actually be better than the toxic grenade. Yeah, we're going to go fire grenade here. In fact, I'm going to probably double down here. And let's see, we got 2 uses there. Okay, so we're going to throw down a gas cloud grenade. I think this is as much as we can theoretically get away with.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Okay. Now, how far can we get away with this? I'm gonna have to find a good, suitable place for cover, though. And let's see. Honestly, I guess half cover is the best I could probably manage. Yeah, no, we're gonna saddle up here, I think. Or do we? No. It might be better if I go the opposite way, actually. Okay, let's save here. I think this is going to be our good to go. And hopefully this is going to be enough. Because this is going to be a dangerous fight, to say the least. I told you, Evie, they are hiding so much from us. Arrogant mentors, holy brothers and sisters. What have they ever given us? Nothing but a file of fibs and useless admonitions. The voice of a man standing with his back to you sounds almost soft, heedless of everything but what is currently in front of him. He leans over a prisoner dressed in expensive clothing. But Aurora, she is different. He spoke with me like no one ever had before. She revealed the truth to me, and now I can reveal to you. You just stop struggling for 1 minute. What? The man finally realizes he's not alone and turns to you. He's clutching a long, thin metallic rod with blood dripping out off it. We have guests. From the Von Valencia ship, I would wager. Evie, my dear, you will have to wait. Do not faint, I beg of you. It's important that you feel everything, including your other eye. The warden's words are suddenly drowned out by a chorus of voices in your head. The entity that still dwells in the recesses of your mind rejoices in a cacophony of cries. This place, it holds great significance for the entity. In the frantic chanting of the voices, you can almost make out the words that speak of an ancient grave, one that was opened for containing for a priceless treasure, the most coveted prize that was retrieved by the faithful after a centuries-long search. Step away from the hostage at once. The warden sneers and glances at the maimed young man. Hostage? How rude. Young Winterscale is my guest and dearest friend. He came himself to visit his old acquaintance and have a heartfelt talk, and I am merely showing him some appropriate hospitality to commemorate our reunion. As if echoing his words, Yvain let out a weak moan. What madness have you wrought in this prison? Do you truly want to know? He becomes more animated and runs a hand through his matted hair. You note, it has been some time since he last trimmed his nails. This was my garden, where I tried to grow the seedlings of a beautiful future. That was before I realized that there is no future, not in the sense of ordinary people understand. We are too attached to this life. The limitations of our weak bodies, the short-sightedness of our eyes that can scarcely see. It is all so insignificant. The true future lies beyond real space. The only way to reach it is through the cleansing sacrifice. Do you understand? Why did you mutilate these people then? These are my optimates, saints who will guide the flock at the fated hour. Listen. Can you hear? You can't. They are crying out, calling. It's just that their cries are not meant for our ears. They cast their voices out there, beyond the edge of the glass, into the transparent quiet. There they are heard. There, their call can be answered. That pit. There is something special about it, is there not? An item of value was once buried there. Now tell me, Warden. What was the item and who took it from here? The Warden gaze bores into you. Then he smiles with the corners of his lips. You are too late, enemy of the truth. This bastion has already fulfilled its great purpose. You will never find the trail of the reclaimed relic that now rests in the hands of the devout. And who? Well, I don't think they're gonna answer. I'm here to quell a riot, by means far from diplomatic. The Warden raises his hands, and the maimed people start thrashing about in their death throes. The time for words have passed. Optimates, give your power to this harbinger of Aurora. Let our foes see the truth, or become awash with influence.
Your arrogance will be your downfall. You will fall.
Alright, in turn, we are given a plethora of time to set up. We are going to set up right here. And thankfully we are the first in order initiative, so we do have the advantage of that. And we are given some time to set up. We are going to start off with going for gunmanship here. Okay, I guess we will start by focusing on... What do you have? You have a las gun, it seems. Okay. So nothing too crazy. Alright, we are going to activate Surefire Plan. We're going to activate Concentrated Fire. And we basically just want to whittle down his troop of enemies. So we're going to start by whittling down his allies slowly but surely. And we'll just hope that's enough. We're probably going to need to use a lot more grenades more than anything. In fact, it looks like they are in such a position that we can actually utilize that in much greater effect. The awoken prisoners are going to be a nuisance because they are melee units. But other than that, we should be fine. In fact, I can probably grenade these guys here. Ow. Yeah, no, they've actually made it really easy for us to just grenade all of them. I'm gonna throw my lot in here. And let's throw a grenade. Is what I would say if I could actually hit them all, but I don't think I can. So instead, I'm just going to throw down my points here.
I'll see to it personally.
And I should be able to nuke all of these guys, slowly but surely. Oh, nice. Hey, got them all. I won't be able to use running gun. But that's fine. We can now revel in slaughter. This is going to give us plenty of room to work with. Alright, they're going to start harassing us. Thankfully, the cover is going to help us significantly, but we'll see. Ow. I'm going to have to heal here. Ow. Definitely going to need more cover, though, I feel. Otherwise, I'm going to be in a rough spot. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we can get a guaranteed hit on one of them. Well, maybe not guaranteed, but... it's going to be more accurate to go here, I suppose.
Taking calculated risk is my second nature.
Okay.
On it.
Let's go for the combo there. We are then going to heal.
I won't forget this.
There we go. That'll have to do. Hopefully we don't die here. Okay, what are you going to do? You're going to throw down a hit. Okay. Oh, God. Okay, we are going to activate Concentrated Fire here. We are then going to follow up with Surefire Plan. And this is going to guarantee the kill on the prisoner. There we go. And that should help us just enough to actually outlast these threats here, because we'll have full cover, which is going to be increased by 10%. Oh, God. That's assuming I live long enough to... you know, see the day. Okay. Does seem like I can't go any further than that, but I can... okay, well that's options I can't really use. I'm gonna go for the heal here.
I owe you a debt.
Okay, we are going to go for... thankfully, it seems like they're all in the line of sight, so I can actually do this.
Who, if not me?
I'm going to go for Concentrated Fire. Oh, wait. Whoops.
It's as good as done.
You know what? That's fine. Yeah, so it just covers next range area attack. Thankfully I've moved, so that gives me some boost to dodge. So hopefully that'll help significantly. Ow. Alright. We are going to aim with the intent to kill here. There we go. Ow.
Flinch.
Not liking that guard that keeps hitting me. I'm probably going to die here at this rate. Ow. Okay, that's an L. Well, that's to be expected. These dangers are... Yeah, these guys are really dangerous. I might have to kite them a little bit more than I have. Yeah, they have the range advantage and numbers, so they're always going to hit more than we do, so... Okay, next best thing I can do is actually throw a grenade. Okay. And there we go. Those are the conversation points I had.
I'll make an example out of you.
Okay, we are going to start here. Please don't hit. Oh, you actually hit an awakened prisoner. That's fine. Okay, these grenades deal 10 burning damage, so they would cover most damage on these individuals. We'll huck a grenade here.
Another enemy down.
There we go.
On it.
And it does appear that we can actually throw another grenade, if we so desire. But I think I'm going to avoid that.
Let's make
In
some
favor of getting the full cover here. Aim for that. Yeah, nothing would really change here. Yeah, let's do that. Why not? There we go. It's not the most perfect solution, but we'll have to do. Or will have to make do, I should say. Alright, guard's burning, thankfully. Ow. I'm probably going to perish here if they get one good shot on me. Yep. They're turning me into mush.
Don't let your guard down.
Okay, we are going to heal up first.
I'll make sure to return the favor one day.
We will revel in slaughter. And we will take a shot at the awoken prisoner here. And I failed that, so there you go. Thankfully, it seems like the guards are mostly dumbfounded by most of this damage, so there you go. Okay.
I'll make it happen.
Let's combine these.
I'll see to it personally.
And we'll even go as far as to use run and gun here.
On it.
There we go. And we will throw a pot shot at that guard here. Failed to get. That's fine. Okay, now we're in a situation that we were in similarly before, but one of the guards is burning. Hopefully we don't die. Okay, thankfully we didn't. We are going to use this chance to heal up.
I owe you a debt.
And we are going to start backing up here, so that way they are forced to come at us.
I am ready for whatever comes.
Alright. We want them to approach us, basically. If we can do that, then it's going to be more convenient for us. Okay, let's see. We're gonna throw a caustic cloud here. That should help things mosey on. We'll patiently wait for them to approach. Okay, they've decided to go into the poison.
Worse than this.
Alright, well.
I don't need luck. I have strategy.
Okay.
I'll see to it.
Now let's see if we can get some lucky shots here. Probably not, but, you know, we'll try. Okay, if the guards actually approach close enough, we should be fine. Ow!
Strategy.
Okay, apparently their accuracy is just absurdly good. Damn it. Those chemical grenades are absolutely, useless, though. They didn't actually activate, did they? Alright, well, instead, then I guess we're gonna use a crack grenade. But all the same, it's the same results.
Is there money to be made?
Alright. Well, whatever.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
I will fight if I must.
Okay.
I'll brush this off. Taking calculated risk is in my second nature. Never stood a chance.
Alright. Let's change our pacing a little bit. Maybe I can get up behind there. That might be more ideal in hindsight. Oh, 1 second. Alright, apologies. I am now back. Let's see. So, given the circumstances, I can do a burst fire here if I really wanted to. Ideally, I want to go for a burst fire using this gun, though. And yeah, preferably I'd like to do it with, without perishing. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use Surefire Plan. But I'm going to use it as a chance to move back over to here. And then back. So that way I can at least get some evasion going. Let's see. We need to make sure we're... Yeah, we just need to make sure we're dealing with the enemies at hand. So I'm going to focus on... Okay, that did absolutely nothing. Great. I'm going to be in a bit of a pickle no matter what I do, huh? Well, at least the melee units are going to come over. Okay, they've lined up quite nicely. That's actually a prime grenade. Okay, never mind. Thanks to the positioning I've set myself in. Okay, well, for now... Alright, well, regardless of the circumstances, I'm gonna have to do a bit better here. Okay, so we are gonna want a surefire plan going on. Okay. I guess we'll just crack grenade here, just because we can. There we go. That's going to deal a sizable amount of damage. We are going to swap over to melee here. This is going to give us some more ballistic ability. This should help us a little bit. Okay. What's the guard going to do? He's going to go up there, okay. And I'm going to be in pain because obviously the guards are just stupid accurates. Which just KOs me again. Okay. This is a pain. Well, I wouldn't be doing this challenge if it weren't difficult, so... It's clear this, intended attack point is not working as I expected. So I'm gonna swap my positioning here. Maybe I just need to swap over to a more aggressive result here. And I just need to set up right here, where people least expect me to be.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
There we go. Okay, there we go, and... Here we go.
I'll make an example out of you.
You asked for it!
Okay, we're gonna get behind the cover here. What are you gonna do? You're gonna go hit me, okay, I suspected. God damn it!
Just need to tough it out.
God, that's so annoying that they're hitting so good. Alright. Fire grenade. Well, I'm probably not gonna win this.
Inevitable.
With how bad that attack was, I'm not gonna get through this.
On it. The best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna perish here.
My battle
Yeah.
is not over.
These... I'm gonna have to probably shape it to something different. I'm gonna have to get a... I'm probably gonna have to change my weapon. I think that's the only way I can make this work. Yeah, no, las rifles are strangely overpowered in these certain circumstances. And right now, my current to hit is just too horrible to actually handle this. Okay, so I guess we are gonna go for... We need to aim for the guards. That's a given.
Backup plan.
So as long as we can hit the guards, we're basically golden. Okay, there we go. All right.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
We're gonna go here, because at the very least we're gonna be at full cover. We're gonna go for the last rifle here. Yeah, no, just guaranteeing the hits here is gonna be required. So we're gonna go with surefire plan. This is gonna help us narrow down the certain individuals that we need to. Okay,
I'll make it
70. How did I miss that? Okay, that's gonna get annoying though. At least we can do another hit here with a dead-eye shot. There we go. Oh, bloody... Okay, that's still not enough though, but hey, it's better than nothing. We'll eventually swap over to grenades, but yeah. One thing at a time. Okay. Thankfully, cover is going in our favor, so we'll make do. Not a fan of that prisoner going the opposite way, but, you know, it's one prisoner amongst many, so... Okay. We're gonna go for the dead-eye shot here. Get the guarantee here. And let's see how we fare. Alright, the prisoners are gonna start mangling up here, which is good for us, because if they gather up there, then it's gonna be more convenient to hit all of them together. Okay, thankfully the misses are converging. Alright. We are going to guarantee the hit here. Now, if we do a run and gun here, let's see. Can we get the grenade to launch on these guys? Not realistically, no. But we can chain a combo here. To do that, though, we are going to want to... I guess this is a ranged... I guess this counts as a ranged area attack. I think.
Personally.
Then we do a surefire shot. I don't know if this counts as a ranged area attack, but I feel like it does.
Who, if not me?
It does count as a ranged area attack, but it only affects one person. Regardless, I'm going to swap over to the melee weapon here and hope that's enough. They're going to start harassing us, I feel. Oh, instead they've actually decided not to, which is interesting. Okay, they decided to attack their allies, which is interesting. Oh. Nice try. Alright, we're gonna revel in the slaughter. We are going to slash this one.
Another enemy down. It's as good as
Alright,
done.
here we go. We are going to move back a block here. And we are going to throw in a burning grenade here. There we go. That's going to clear those enemies out. And they're forced to move up, which is what we want. This is going to be convenient for us, basically. Alright, with that, we can now swap back to the las rifle. Because apparently it's just that overpowered. We are going to activate Revel and Slaughter. We will activate Concentrated Fire. Surefire Plan. And then we are just going to go absolutely ham on the units. Okay, that wasn't the intended goal. I guess I'll focus on the guards specifically next time. That's my mistake, but that's fine. Alright. Unfortunately, Dead-Eyed Shot is not going to help them. And of course, by doing their burst fires and all that, they are only hurting themselves. Okay, well, I'm going to use run and gun. Yeah, no, I guess this technically doubles the damage of any,
not me.
I guess, yeah, no, most area attacks from sniper rifles do count. So I guess I'll take a shot with this. There we go. And then I will take another shot with this guy. There we go. We're then going to swap over to the sword and board. Let's see, what are you going to do? You're going to go burst fire again. Okay. You are actually going to go as far as to go into melee with me. Interesting choice. Wait, this is an area attack. Okay. Well, that's convenient for me.
It's as good as done.
Because that means I can do this. Point blanket. Boom. I'm also going to need to use a medkit here just to stay alive.
Won't forget this.
But I will manage all the same. Okay, what are you going to do? You're going to attack me with a crit. Jesus. Okay, okay, we're going to activate Concentrated Fire here. Also follow up with a run and gun. Okay, go for the kill here. There we go. That's going to send him into that position. And we are going to want to heal here. Because we don't really have much of a choice. That leaves the guard on... Yep. Oh, God. Please don't come at me. Okay. Okay, we are going to make a run for it here. Or do I? Yeah, I don't really have much of a choice, do I? I can't really do much else. I need a run here. Okay. We'll keep going, though. Just hope that their hits do not hit me. Okay, let's run and gun here.
I don't need luck.
Yep, we're just gonna run gun. We are going to reload here. And you know what? I'm even gonna go as far as to make a... In fact, yeah, no, I'm gonna make a new save here. Just as a precaution here. I can't really target anybody, but that's fine. As long as I can get into a position of safety, I should be fine. Okay.
I'll make it happen.
Okay, concentrated fire.
Best defense is a good offense.
Alright, the guard's gonna come in. And of course that just lands the hit. Okay. That's a load. Thankfully I did save, so I do have a I have a way to actually counteract this. I will need to target that gunner though, because he's gonna be a nuisance otherwise. Really close though. Really close. Let's see. Okay, can I see anybody here? No. I'm behind full cover, so this is the most I can theoretically do here. Although that said, I could have moved. You know what? That might be a better idea. Let's move behind cover here. This will prevent them from actually getting at us. And as a result, we can actually go up here. Then we can follow up with a run and gun here. I will get the guaranteed kill on the guard here, because he is the most deadly. We will then follow up with a Revelant Slaughter here. And then we will start pelting my boy here. We are going to save here because this is literally the best I can theoretically do here. And we're just going to have to hope luck is on our side here. You can only fire once at a time, so that's good.
I'll see to it personally. I'll make
it happen. There we go. We'll do one Deadeye. Gets the guaranteed kill there. Alright, he's gonna start marching his way. And that's a kill. Okay.
Not out.
Yeah, so as you can see, he's gonna be a nuisance no matter what we do. I can't really take out those lenses, but I do know for a fact that once he's taken out a certain number of times, he will permanently be out. Okay.
Who if not me? It's as good as done. I'll make it happen. My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Okay. Let's go up here.
On it.
Get the guarantee. Alright, there we go. That's going to force him to res here, and he will take his turn immediately, most likely. Well, as immediate as he can, anyways. He is going to be forced to march over there, so I'm going to take my time to actually...
Who, if not me?
Force myself as far as I possibly can.
Taking calculated
Into
risk
safety.
is my second nature.
And I guess while I'm at it, I can focus on dealing with the holy lenses here. Or unholy lenses, rather.
I'll see to it personally.
Because I can. He's going to march over there.
Don't let your guard down. On it.
Here we go. Alright, so if I go here, then I can actually hit him. Let's save here, because this does matter, I suppose. God, I'm going a bit overboard, but whatever. All for the sake of streaming this, I suppose. Okay, we are going to activate this.
See to it personally.
We will activate run and gun.
Not me. I won't compromise my principles.
There we go. Pelt him with that. Pelt him with this.
Make it happen.
Okay, that's gonna probably be that. Let's reload here.
On it.
Here we go. It's a game of chance at every single point at this point here.
It's as good as done.
All right.
Who, if not me?
We'll do this. Dang. Okay, that's fine.
My exit strategy.
Damn it. Okay.
Will remain unused.
Well, that's why I have the excess save, because it's basically just a juggling match at this point. As long as I can avoid this guy, or at least avoid his attacks, I should be fine. Actually, I'm curious about something. Yeah, no, I should be fine. Okay. Okay.
I'll see
Activate
to it
this.
personally.
This.
Best defense is a good offense.
There we go. Absolutely whiffed it. And can we get a kill? Yes, we can. Lovely. Alright, there we go. Now, will he be able to hit us here? Thankfully not.
Let's make some opportunities.
Okay, we are going to save here, because this does matter. And I'm not sure how we're going to fare here. Let's see. I mean, I guess I'll just keep going. If he still isn't dead by the time I'm done with most of my combat bits here, then I guess we'll figure out something else.
Should have thought twice before crossing me.
There we go. Well, this is the perfect time for Firearm Master to hit.
It's as good as done. Consider this a taste of what's to come.
Okay, is he gonna keep resurrecting? No, he is not. Thank goodness for that. Okay, I was right to do that. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. Blood is bubbling on the young man's lips, and his voice is barely audible. Even now it remains melodious and quite courteous. Avain, Winterscale. Af, Coronis. Greatly pleased to make your acquaintance. God, what have they done to you? Conserve your strength. You are wounded and need help. I must take my leave. I will see to it that assistance is provided and that you are escorted here safely. There we go. Alright, that was hell. But as you can tell, this is the sort of shenanigans that we are going to have to overcome if we want to beat the game. Starting out, naturally, of course, we are going to have to tolerate the fact that we won't be able to... Well...
I always keep my options open.
Oh, whoops.
Who, if not me?
I missed something. I'm not sure what that was, but I don't think it's too important. I'm just going to do some quick demolition duty here. Oh, it seems that some of the T-posing is happening now.
I'll see to it personally.
Just quickly deal with these. There we go. Grab this guard's bits here.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Alright. I guess it was just basically investigation purposes here. It's nothing too crazy. It's to investigate this glass, which has some relevance for the story, but nothing too crazy. Not enough to warrant investigation, or deep investigation just yet. But we did get a improved armor body glove suit, which is going to help us significantly for our defenses. From there, we got a few other things. Nothing too crazy, I do believe. We did manage to get... Yeah, we managed to get a few things, but nothing too crazy. A lasgun is arguably the best thing that's ever happened to us, I think. Alright, we got a precise las pistol, which is a difference from what we originally had. I think we are going to use the precise las pistol as opposed to faux hammer, because that is basically a... It's basically a well-maintained lasgun, but in pistol form, which is going to help us given that we have a long las currently. As for the weapon of choice here, it'll cost more AP if we were to use it, but it does inflict the disturbed effect, which is a good buff to have immediately, given it helps with willpower and fellowship tests. If the target attack is already suffering from disturbed, it deals additional damage equal to the wielder's willpower bonus times 2 damage. Honestly, I much prefer the Wrath of St. Drusus right now, so I'm going to keep that. But I definitely want to consider using the Noble Sword for the future, although it's probably not going to happen. Regardless, I will do one more thing before I end. I'm going to level up here. And for what we are going to go for... Let's see. I think the biggest problem with our current build is that we're just not evasive enough. We need more dodge in general, because otherwise we're just going to keep perishing. So if we can increase our agility somewhat, then we can make do with the rest. Okay, let's see. The soldier's medium armor does not reduce dodge. That is tempting. Alternatively, I go with Dueling Mastery, which increases our parry. Nimble will increase our dodge by a set amount. Forge roll characters gain a stacking 10 bonus to hit chance and dodge against any target they hit in a single target attack. That is nice, but I think it's specific for certain targets. Escape plan's not going to cover it for what we're trying. I need something that actually is going to give me overall boosts. Considering that we're going to need a lot of crits, Trace to Trajectory is going to be nice. But at the same time... What is it that we need? Yeah, I think I just need more agility. That's just the unavoidable fact here. Either that, or I need to prioritize increasing armor, which can be done with either intelligence or toughness. Both are vital here. You know what? There's a way I can go about this. So, given the circumstances that we're constantly getting hits by certain enemies, we are going to want second skin. This is going to make it so that if we wear medium armor, it does not reduce dodge. This is going to be a temporary situation thing, but it's kind of required. As for everything else, I think we're going to want to increase our athletics here, because that's going to help overall with our boost to stats. But yes, no, we are going to need to essentially make sure we are... Yeah, we essentially need to make sure our evasion's going to increase. And to that end, we're going to need medium armor. Or rather, we're going to need toughness, so... We're going to go into our... Not our void ship, but our cargo manager here. Going to go into our cargo list, and we need to procure medium armor here. Something that's more durable than the improved armor body glove that we got. Let's see, this provides 30. Unless I find something else, I'm going to probably wear that. These provide 20. Okay. So far, yeah, no, it appears that most of the armor stuff is not higher than the one I just picked out. Which kind of sucks, but that's just how it goes, I suppose. At the very least, we're getting an increase of 5 armor, so we're doing something right there. Alright. Well, we are going to be wearing chainmail, I suppose, for now. This is going to increase our armor to 43. And honestly, I think I'm going to sack the tactical goggles for an even bigger boost with the armor. So we are rocking now a 48, which is only going to get higher, I feel.
Is there money to be made?
Alright, well, with that, I'm going to wrap it up here. We've managed to do a lot this session. We managed to save the Navigator from a whole crisis in our family. And we managed to also save the Lord Yvain Winterscale.
Let us not do
We are a little wounded because of that ordeal, but we'll be able to heal on the ship, and we can continue on our journey with relative ease. We are a little low on medkits, but we can't really do much about that. That's just life for us right now, until we can actually start getting more loot or getting some more healing methods, but I digress. It'll be less of a concern later on in the future, but for now, that's just our life for now. Until we get more levels under our belt. But I digress. Open. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I know I did. And I will see you guys next stream. Take care, everybody, and have a good day.